Here we go. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
If I whisper, can you hear me if I whisper? Because this is about the volume of my normal speaking voice. Okay, so hi, everybody. How are you guys doing? Hannah, I didn't get much sleep, but you're not normally in this group, right? You're making something up. Okay. Okay.
Last weekend.
Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna do a posture clinic today, right? Utkatasana? Good, I'm in the right place, doing the right thing. So I don't know very many of you guys. So let me tell you who I am, just because I never liked it in teacher training when I didn't know, like the person sometimes didn't even introduce themselves. I didn't even know their name. I was like, teacher. So I'm Samantha Gullah. I did my, no, you're fine. I did my 200-hour here in the extended. And then I started like Hannah, I started my 300-hour before I completed my 200-hour. I've been teaching here since I finished my 200-hour teacher training. And then somehow I was just, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, no problem.
The schedule is like not up. When I try to open it, it's not open. So how do I get to the schedule to check people in?
It's not logged
It
in
doesn't look like it's logged in.
and you can't bring it up?
Yeah, I tried, like it's like not saved the password or anything.
Oh, you have your own password.
Mm,
Okay, I will run
usually
up
it's usually
and
logged in when
you should have to log in every time because every instructor has their own password. And it's usually, you're gonna want this. It is usually when they first set it up, it's your name and 1, 2, 3, your first name and 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you should reset that one. Okay, sorry. Let me know if you can't get it and I'll run out and log in. Okay, so sorry, I'm Samantha. Been teaching here since, I don't know, I finished my 200-hour and I don't know when. I don't remember. Anyway, somehow one of the lead teachers of the teacher training program asked me really quickly after that to start doing posture clinics. So I've been doing posture clinics. I think I've been teaching for 6 years. I've been doing posture clinics for at least 5 years and practice teaches and that kind of thing. And then I did an internship with Kristen, so I can sub all of her parts. So you might see me for meditation or pranayama or extra postures, any of that kind of stuff. And then I've done internships for 300-hour also. So you might see me there in like yoga nidra or sadhana or emotional well-being, all kinds of stuff. So I'm one of the teacher training nerds. Just like to hang out and teacher training all the time. I love it. It's really fun. So anyway, I teach a Friday morning over at the other studio Vinyasa Flow class regularly. And this summer I'm subbing a couple classes here for a teacher who's just traveling around all summer. So I'm doing curvy and restorative over here. And then I do yoga nidra workshops and I do various other workshops. So that's who I am. So let's have you guys introduce yourselves. I'll start with you guys online, but tell me your name and your pronouns. And I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions eventually, but let's just start with names, pronouns, and tell me what your favorite yoga posture is, even if it's not in our sequence, and then tell me why. Why is that one your favorite? Okay. So does somebody want to volunteer to start online?
I can start.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Reba. She, her pronouns. Sorry, was there any other check-ins besides the posture?
No, I mean, you can, everybody just tell us how you're doing this morning, you know, that kind of thing. Just where are you? How do you feel?
Awesome. I'm doing really well. I took a long road trip to Oklahoma yesterday and it was pretty long, but I'm very happy to be here. And my favorite posture, that's actually really hard. Um, I love practicing standing forehead to knee in hot yoga.
You're one of those crazy people. I see. I feel about people who do hot regularly. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yep,
Why,
those.
why do you like that one?
I think it was like one of the postures that um when I was first getting started into yoga felt like it just felt like a really big challenge. Um and I would just kind of, I don't know, I just enjoyed the layers of it, and it's like one I'm pretty good at, but I always find that I have to like work on a lot, if that makes sense, to maintain it. So
That absolutely makes sense. All right. That's wonderful. Thank you. Who wants to go next? Uh-oh.
Hey, Christina. Sorry, I wasn't sure if Jacob was gonna go before me.
I think he was trying to disappear. He was getting smaller and smaller in the screen.
So Christina, she, her pronouns. I'm feeling kind of tired today as well. I'm just did a 10-hour drive from Colorado to Texas. Um, as far as my favorite pose, I would say camel pose is my favorite pose. I just really enjoy the heart opener of that pose and then the back bend. And I've just noticed like the more I do it, the more of a bend that I get in my back. And it's very soothing of a feeling.
I love that. That is very often one of the poses that people hate. So yeah, yeah. And that is in your sequence. So you'll learn to do that one. Hopefully when you get to that, you will learn some tips and tricks on how to do it where it's not so hated.
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit easier, but yeah, that's wonderful. I love that you love it. And I love that it's soothing to you. Is it also energizing to you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
A little
you,
emotional too, at least for the
yes,
first like couple times I did it.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it can bring up all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I love that. Thank you. All right, Jacob, no getting out of it. It's your turn.
Hi, everybody. I was getting breakfast and just trying to rush out of there, so sorry about that. Um, um, Today I'm good. Last night, I I took a night walk and I stepped on a toad and I thought I killed it, or I thought I like seriously injured it, to the point that it like couldn't, uh, recover. But it was just pretending to be dead as like a defense mechanism. And so I'm just happy that it was okay, that I didn't hurt it too much.
Aw.
Um, and then, but yeah, I'm kind of all over the place today. Just, I'm glad that it was, um, something, it was just a strep throat. And so everything's going to be okay. Um, and then my favorite pose is Warrior 3.
Hmm.
And I like it because of the challenge and the balance. Yeah.
Wow.
Um,
And your pronouns?
oh, he, him. And did I say my name? Jacob. Sorry.
All right, thank you. All right, who in here wants to go? Where should we start? Okay, I'm gonna bring the laptop to you. Hopefully I have enough battery so that these guys can see you, and then you can just choose which way you want to pass it after you.
What's up, guys? Ethan, he, him. I'm pretty sleepy today, but it's because it's early on the weekend. It's always sleepy, but favorite pose, probably either child's pose or shavasana. Just the meditative internal side of it. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Maggie, she, her. Yeah, I'm tired as well. A little all over the place. And I guess this is how tired I am. I can't remember the name of this pose right now. It's the
Just do it.
Yeah, I was like, I can't remember. My brain is not on apparently.
Maybe none of us will remember.
My brain is not on.
Wheel.
Wheel, thank you. I was like, bridge? That's not bridge. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, wheel. It's my favorite. I don't know. I like getting, it's kind of like a light inversion.
Mhm.
And it's just, I don't know. I sit at a computer all day, so I'm like this all day. So it's the exact opposite. So it feels great. Ah, I like camel a lot more when I figured out what it's supposed to feel like.
Mhm.
Cause like when I first started, it was just like, this is what it should look like. And I have a little bit of hypermobility, so I can go pretty far, but it just doesn't do anything. It's kind of like supine twists where I'm like flopped over. And I'm just like, what's it supposed to feel like?
I so hear you. I'm very hypermobile and it took me years to figure out like what muscles did you engage here? What?
Yeah.
Because I'm just here. What's supposed to be happening?
Yeah.
It took so long. Yeah.
Yeah. So finally, when I figured out what camel was supposed to feel like, I was like, oh, I can go a lot. I'm not going as far, but it feels a lot better. Yeah.
Yep. Hi. Lily, she, her. My favorite pose is ragdoll. I have a lot of lower back problems and hip problems, so it's one of my absolute favorites. I also really like, can't think of ragdoll. I also really like, I can't think of what it's called, but it's your option, your like alternative option to rabbit in hot yoga. I can't think of it right now, but like basically feet up. What did you say, Reba? Yes, I love feet. One more time?
Plow toe?
Yes, that one. Plow. I love plow. Yes.
Wait, just blew my mind. I'm not a hot teacher. I don't go to hot classes.
Would you do Halasana instead of rabbit?
Maybe it's not rabbit. It's one of them. I do instead of.
Like what? Instead of that shoulder stand?
I do a shoulder stand instead of one of them. Yeah.
If I was a shoulder stand.
Uh,
Halasana.
I haven't done hot in a couple of weeks because I've been like vinyased out, but I can just show you.
Really different than plow.
Okay.
I do that too, Lily.
What?
I do that as well. I switch out rabbit for plow.
Yeah. So
Okay.
They are replacing rabbit for plow.
This is rabbit.
But you're doing a supported shoulder stand.
yes.
That's, so they give you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna
Well,
pass that along, 'cause I don't even have words.
The whole thing, I guess, is like you're supposed to feel like you're rolling over anyways. I only practiced hot for the longest time because I lived in Florida and that's pretty much all they offered for like ever. Yeah, I don't like rabbit. I prefer to do it that way. Sure, yes.
Wow, okay.
So yeah, those are my two favorites. My back, yeah. And I have really bad hips. I got hit by a car when I was 17 and I broke like basically I was running, but yeah. Yeah, so. Well, it depends on who you ask because in the police report, it was filed that I was vehicle 1.
Well, no, that's just.
So it's debated, but they changed a bunch of laws in Florida based off of that happening because yeah, and they had to lower the speed limit on like all of the state highways that didn't because they can't put like we have sea turtles where I'm from and they come back every time to where they did to re-nest in the same place. So we can't have streetlights or anything like that. So it's kind of common where I grew up. I have 2 friends that have died from being hit by cars. Yeah.
Head torch, full viz.
Yeah. So. Yes, I was a pedestrian.
Like you were walking that, you're pedestrian.
Hannah, she, her, I am feeling okay today. My mind is elsewhere. I have a lot to get done in well, should have been done by tomorrow, but it's gonna be within like a week. My favorite pose would be Malasana. I like Malasana because I think it's like what my body feels like it needs a lot. Helps with my shoulders, spine feels good, hips, whole nine.
Hi guys. I'm Mackenzie, she, her. I would say I'm kind of tired today, but yesterday I went to yoga for in-betweeners and it was really good. It was good to do something that's not the flow we're learning, but it's still like a lot of the things we're learning, but a few things that were different. So it was just a good reminder of like, oh yes, this is why I do it because it feels so good. But I'm definitely tired today. My favorite pose is star pose. I love it because it's something everyone can do, and I normally do affirmations with it. And I think it's so good to just like take up space and to feel like very confident and energized. And I think people are like, oh, do your like power pose. And you're like, oh, what? I get a little bit like, oh, that sounds so dumb. But then you do it and it totally works and you feel confident and you're like, yes, I am taking up space and I'm energized. And yeah, it's a really great pose. So I love star.
Those power poses, when I first started teaching, after doing teacher training, it's nerve-wracking. Like I was terrified of them. So I was over at Austin Bluffs, and you've probably been there, right? So I'd go down the stairs to lock the door, and I came back up and I just stood there. But yeah, because it's like it really does change your mental outlook. It changes how you feel. Yeah.
My name is Sal, they, them pronouns, and feeling pretty okay today, just being challenged a lot by living with my dad right now. And my favorite pose, I was thinking about it and I was gonna say like any and all arm balances, but then Mackenzie said star, and every time I'm in star, I'm like, this is my favorite pose. So I guess that's my favorite pose. Yeah. Every time, yeah, I'm like, I forget about it, and then we do it in class. I'm like, oh my God, I love this. Yay. Like, I love this one. I think I like all the stars. I like the fallen star and the radar star and like the shooting star and all of those. They feel good. Yes. Yeah, thanks, Ethan.
There's no problem.
Thank you.
Hey y'all. I'm Al. She, her, and they, them. I feel pretty good today. Yeah, like a bright yellow, kinda. My favorite pose is definitely child's pose because I feel like it tells me a lot about like where I am, like physically and mentally. So yeah.
I'm really tired today too. My kids, my teenage kids, to be more specific. I always say kids and people think little kids. No, they're teenagers, 15 and 17, but they've been with their father for 2 weeks. And he lives outside of Seattle. So they just flew home last night and their plane was delayed and they flew into Denver. So by the time we got home and I was getting ready for bed, it was like 1. So I'm tired, but it's okay because I have coffee and now we're going to do yoga and it's all good. So it changes all the time. You guys do this. You're right. I don't know why I didn't think about that. For a long time it was, oh, see, now I can't think of the words. That's how tired I am. Wild thing. Wild, it felt so good. It's kind of a back bend. It just felt really good to me. But I have wrist issues. That hypermobility, watch yourself, work on strength training. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like propped up on 2 legs and arm kind of open.
I didn't know I was gonna have to demonstrate. All right.
Good though. Like a chest opener.
It's really a variation of side plank.
Oh, that's true.
So you do this kind of thing usually, and then you bring your foot over, you're on the ball of that foot, and then you come onto like a warrior 2 side there, and you open up there. Oh, and it feels good.
Have you ever done it with your fist down for your wrists?
I can't. Yeah. So you knew it when you saw it, yes? Okay. All right, so let me ask you this now. How do you feel about the sequence you've learned so far? Fist to 5, fist being, I had yogurt this morning. That's what yoga is, right? 5 being you're ready to teach. All right, we're all over the place. And I think fingers keep moving. They're like, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this, and we might have to go around the room to do this, but well, let me do it this way. So think about what you know so far. So you've done integration, Sun A, Sun B, core, and crescent. Of those sections, think about which one you feel the least comfortable teaching, okay? So who would say integration is that one? Nobody. Good. What about Sun A? Is Sun A the most difficult or the least comfortable for you to teach? Nobody. Sun B. Sun B is, yeah. And that is typically, Sun B is hard. It's weird. It's different every time. So it can be really confusing. What about core? Sometimes core is the thing that is the weirdest for people to teach. What about crescent? So Sun B or crescent so far are the hardest. Okay. So somebody tell me, how are those 3 rounds of Sun B different? Like how is the first round different from the other 2? And you guys online, just unmute if you want to talk, because I'm terrible at watching the chat. Yeah. Yeah, so that first round, you hold it longer, you're cueing for alignment. So it's 3 to 5 breaths for every one of those poses, really. Holding for alignment. What else? What else do you do in that first round of Sun B? Chair. Yeah. So how many chairs total do you do in all of Sun B? 2.
2.
Yeah. So, and that sometimes, have you noticed, like when you started teaching it was a little bit confusing. You're like, right leg lifts, you do the warrior dance, and then you come back to down dog and you're like, okay, inhale, bring the feet forward, chair pose. And you're like, wait, is there a chair there? No, you have to do the left side first, right? So it's that you do both sides of the body and Sun B before you go forward and do that chair again. So you know the chant for that, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is helpful. I've got one for you today too. Those little things, you're like, that's just so stupid. And yet it helps. So if it sticks in your brain and makes you remember how to do it, then it doesn't matter how annoying it is to say it or to hear that in your head. So how is the second round of Sun B different than the first round, or different than the third round? I'm sorry.
It is a chair,
Yeah.
and also 1 breath per movement.
What was that second part?
1 breath per movement.
Yeah. Are you here for teacher training? Yes. Okay, good. What's your name? Jacob, hi. Oh, wait, we've got 2. Yes. Okay, I'll let you get settled and then I'll ask you more questions. Let me ask you if you know this tip. So when you're teaching Sun B, Because it's a, you have to do it on the right side and then you have to do it on the left side. It can get confusing, like, wait, where am I? Which side did I do? How many rounds have I done? Have you experienced this?
Yes.
Okay. So here's a tip for that. And maybe they've told you this already, but sometimes you need to, there's so much information. When you hear it again, it maybe is helpful. So somebody told me this long after I finished teacher training. I was like, why didn't you tell me that then? So a way to keep straight how many rounds you've done, which side you're on. And this teacher told me that as she's teaching, when she does the first round of Sun B, she'll hold her hand one finger up on the right side. Did they tell you this? Anybody? So the right side, you've lifted the leg, you've done that side. Once you did the other one, you can, and you don't have to hold them on your waist, just, as you're doing your thing, you've got that 1 and 1. When you do the second one on the second right leg lifts, you hold the right finger up. So that way you know which side you're on, you know how many rounds you've done. Does that make sense? If the lefts and rights get confusing and you're like, I'm looking at them and I don't know what side of the body that is, go behind them. So your right is their right, your left is their left, just to get your bearings straight, and then you can move it. What else? What else in Sun B is difficult?
I like to say that something else that's different about the first round of something is you have to demo the options for the apps.
That's not in Sun B,
Oh,
that's
is that-
earlier, yeah, yeah.
Oh, see, that's why I struggle with that one.
No, that's okay. Anything else in Sun B?
You're asking what the second round, what's the difference between the first and second round, or?
I'm just saying, like, in general, why is Sun B the more difficult section to teach? What is difficult about it? So maybe I can help you, give you a tip, a trick. It's just a lot to remember, right?
Well, I think that's kind of where, at least for me, or in classes that I've been in, that's usually where the class's breath will start to like if they've been good on breathing up until that point, that's where it's just like all gone. So it's like, oh, we're going into warrior dance. This is hard. What is breathing?
Yeah. So it's a good time to remind them, right? I usually, every time I get them back in down dog, I will cue a breath cycle there to get their breath synced up again and then go again.
Do you
Yeah.
tend to call out the Ujjayi breath every time, or just like breathing in general?
I think once they get in down dog, I just tell them, once everybody, because sometimes people are moving at different paces and stuff. So once everybody is back in down dog, I tell them, take a breath in through the nose, breath out. Let's do that again. Inhale, right leg lifts, that kind of thing. Jacob number 2, or are you number 1? I don't know.
So I usually go by Jake to different.
Okay.
So that way.
Gotcha.
What, just call Jake and I know I'm me, and then another Jacob knows.
Gotcha. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Gotcha. What is your favorite pose? It doesn't have to be in this sequence. Just tell us what your favorite pose is and why.
Deer pose.
Deer pose, really?
And that's a yen pose.
Yeah.
So,
Why is that your favorite?
it's just relaxing.
Yeah.
So, and I like the twisty variation. So you have like your bolster, like here, it'll just twist over it.
Yeah.
I just feel so relaxed.
Yeah.
And just like I can fall asleep.
Yeah. Nice. All right. That's all we did before you got here. And I'm Samantha. Okay. What about crescent? What is difficult with crescent pose or crescent series? Yeah.
Getting people in and out of lizard.
Huh. Why don't you do that for us? Why don't you take us, why don't you, here,
Panic.
here, I can do it or somebody else can do it. Just cue us into that and let's see what happens. So where are we before lizard?
Crescent.
Okay. And then we've done revolved crescent, right?
Yeah,
We've
then you
come
come
back.
back to center.
Mhm.
And so then it's bring the hands down to the inside of the front foot.
Tell the breath first.
Oh, sorry. What is it? Well, because these are the Transitional cues, so isn't that before breath?
Well, is it? I mean, if you're telling me, listen,
Transitional cues, then breath pose, then the rest of the cues, right?
it depends.
Okay, fair.
It depends. You have to do what makes sense for getting them in that pose. So if you're telling me from here, bring my hands down,
Mhm.
you should tell me what breath to do that on first. Because think about what we're doing. We're gonna fold, right?
That's fair.
So we're
Yeah.
folding, you wanna
Yeah,
exhale.
that's fair. Okay, so exhale, hands to the inside of the front foot. Toe and heel the front foot forward and towards the outside of the mat, about 1 footprint forward. Back leg can stay elevated or drop down. I think that's all the transitional cues.
So what you can do, one little thing that you can do right there is exhale, hands to the mat, inside the front foot for lizard pose.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're saying that pose in there while you're still doing those transitional cues.
Gotcha.
So how do you bring me out of that?
If you're on your forearms, start bringing weight into the palms of your hands. I usually like to say start to bring sensation into your hips, maybe give them a little bit of a wiggle because they've been pretty stagnant there. And then the next one is plank. So bring your back leg, or I guess I would just say inhale plank.
Yeah, okay, I would say you're adding in too many filler words.
I definitely.
So start to do this. No, just tell them. If your hands are not under your shoulders, bring them there. Exhale or inhale, step back to plank. Make it really simple, really fast, especially those transitional cues, because you're moving from one thing to another and you're like, okay, start to bring your hands back and wiggle the hips. And if you get it a whole bunch of,
So I don't want to eat it very long.
if you bring in a whole bunch of those extra filler words, and if you're trying to soften it with that, like you're like, when you do that often, I feel like it's that you're trying to, bring in this experience of really just explore your body, see where you are, see what feels good. And then we're going to go back to this thing. Let them do that and find a way to let them do that with what you're saying, but also be really succinct in what you're saying and where you're telling them to go. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense.
Okay. So yeah, just those couple little bitty things there. And I think it'll get a lot clearer. So let's do this. We only have 3 new poses today we have to get through. So let's do, we're gonna do first, go through everything that you know so far. So let me see a show of hands in a moment for which exercise you would like to do that. We can do round robin. Do you remember what that is? We can do popcorn. Do you remember what that is? Yeah, kind of, maybe. We can do flower. Have you done that? Okay. And you may not want to. I'll tell you what that is. It's just like round robin, except we're going to have more people adjust. So have you been adjusting while you're teaching? Okay, today you will start adjusting while you're teaching. You need to get used to it. And this is the place to get used to it. It's really important in this space to give each other feedback with your adjustments. So tell the person if their hands are like just slightly off or whatever, put their hand in the right place, put it where it would feel good for you, and help them. Even if the pressure is not right, tell them, give me more pressure. Or you can put your hand on their hand, show them the amount of pressure that would feel good to you in that position. You know what I'm saying? So you're really giving each other a lot of feedback with adjustments so that you can learn, because how often as adults do we touch other adults? We don't, right? I mean, unless it's somebody in your family or your best friend, you're usually not touching other adults. So it's a weird thing to do and it's a hard thing to learn. Unless you're a massage therapist, something like that, right? So give each other a lot of feedback with the adjustments. Okay, so with what we've done so far from integration through crescent, who would like to do popcorn? Because there are no adjustments with popcorn. So if you would think that popcorn would be the most beneficial to you, not that it would be the easiest, but the most beneficial. So we have one vote for popcorn. Who would like to do popcorn? Okay. Who would like to do round robin?
Is there a third option?
The flower thing. Let me describe that a little bit better. So with flower, a round robin there, we would all be kind of in a circle, kind of like we are. We may pull mats in a little bit closer to make it a little bit easier. So one person's going to be teaching and adjusting. Then whoever will be adjusting next, so we go around in the circle, whoever would be adjusting or teaching next is up adjusting. So two people are adjusting. And then whenever I tell you to switch, the person who is teaching is now practicing. Everybody's on the mat practicing. Teacher goes down to practice. The person who was adjusting starts teaching, and the next person who will teach gets up to adjust. Does that make sense? Clear as mud. Yeah. Okay. So round robin, who would vote for round robin? Ish. Okay. And who would like to do flower or try flower? Or we can do flower later also. Okay. It's kind of a toss up there, flower and round robin. What?
Yeah, I didn't know about it because I was listening for the flower, so can I vote for popcorn?
Popcorn. Okay, let's do that one more time. Who wants to do popcorn? We have to just breath and pose. Oh, we've changed our minds. Okay. And then who wants to do round robin? Okay, flower. Okay, let's do popcorn. We will start with popcorn. We will ease into this. I know a lot of us are tired. Later, though, I hope we get to flower. Let's see. Since we only have those 3 new poses, we're going to spend a lot of time practice teaching. So let's see what happens. All right, so let's go. We'll start with you guys online in the same order that you did earlier, and then I'm going to pass the baton over this way, and we'll go around the room this way for popcorn. Does anybody want to practice as we popcorn? And you'll be popcorning also. Anybody? So you'll be on the mat doing it? Okay, I can do it just so we have a visual. I've got some injuries right now, so I'm not going to be doing full stuff. You can if you want to, you don't have to. Okay. All right, Hannah's gonna do that. All right, so everybody knows what we're doing, right? So you're gonna get on your mat in child's pose. We're gonna get started.
From child's pose?
Yeah.
We'll start there. Okay.
Yep, and go all the way through crescent. And it's just breath and pose. So we'll be doing this kind of fast, but I like to have a visual just so Hannah, be careful. Moving fast like this through popcorn. Okay, and I'm going to turn the camera over to, actually, I'm not going to pass the laptop. You're just going to have to be really loud. Use your big teacher voices so that we can all hear. And Hannah's going to be demoing. Okay, so whenever you're ready.
So we're assuming we're in child's pose, so we're moving from there, right? Okay. So inhale, tabletop.
Exhale, cat.
Inhale, cow. Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Inhale, we can't just say like, you ready?
No, we're going to do it this time. We're
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
tell them this time.
Inhale, cow.
I think that's okay. That was our third round.
Okay, now we're facing dog.
Yeah.
Inhale.
Okay.
So, sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing people.
You guys really loud.
Inhale, gaze forward.
Exhale, ragdoll.
Exhale. Well, okay, yeah.
Inhale, roll to sleep.
And then back to you guys online.
Okay, sir.
Exhale, mountain pose.
Inhale, extended mountain.
Exhale, standing at attention, samastiti. Hands at heart center.
Or shut it on.
Mhm. Inhale, extended mountain, really loud, you guys. I want them to be able to hear you. Was that loud? You can do better. I know you can. Do your power pose and then say it again.
Exhale, forward fold.
There you go.
Inhale, plank. Inhale, half lift.
Yes.
Exhale, forward fold. Plant your hands. I click.
Spider.
Okay.
I don't wanna kill him. Okay, so.
So she just step back to plank. And ordinarily, you know, we would cue it a few breaths there. And then what happens?
After plank, then we set up, for a half series.
So she's gonna exhale, lower all the way to the mat, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Inhale, cobra.
There you go.
Exhale, downward facing dog.
Is it back to me?
One more, hold on. Really loud.
Inhale, gaze forward.
And now to you.
Exhale, forward fold.
Yes.
Inhale, standing halfway lift.
Exhale, forward fold.
Over to you, really loud. Yes.
Exhale.
Yes.
Inhale, halfway lift.
Exhale, forward fold. Plant your hands, finding high plank.
This time you're going to chaturanga.
Inhale, reach forward. Exhale, upward face.
Okay, stop there.
Exhale, downward facing dog. Is that the end of Sunday? Sorry.
We've got one more round.
Oh, sorry, okay. Inhale, gaze forward.
Exhale, keep the hands forward fold.
Yep. On back to you guys online.
I'm sorry, what was the last one? I just
Halfway lift.
halfway. Exhale, forward fold.
Inhale, extended mountain.
Exhale, forward fold. Was that right? I was guessing.
Yeah. So this is all the ways. When we exhale, step back to plank, it's all the way down to chaturanga. And then the next breath is an inhale, upward facing dog.
Yeah, inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, okay.
Exhale, down dog.
All right, so that was the last round of Sun A.
So now we're going to sun.
Yep.
Inhale, gaze the hands, or gaze forward, feet
Yeah.
hands.
So it's inhale, gaze forward, exhale, feet to hands.
Yeah, feet, hands, to forward fold.
Yeah.
Uttanasana.
Inhale, halfway lift.
Exhale, forward fold.
And back to you guys.
Inhale, chair pose.
Exhale, forward fold.
Okay, so exhale, forward fold. Are we doing another halfway lift here? Inhale, halfway lift.
Yeah. To what?
Oh, or, okay. Interlock one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog.
Yep.
Inhale, right leg lifts.
Yep.
Exhale, feet to hands.
Well, 1 foot, right?
Right foot to
Yeah.
hands.
So low lunge.
With
Yeah.
lunge. Sorry, I was told not to look at my notes.
No, that's great. I love it.
Inhale, warrior two. Inhale, reach forward.
To you guys.
Exhale, extended side angle.
Nice.
Inhale, reverse warrior.
Exhale, cartwheel, hands down, step it back to plank.
And down to chaturanga.
Chaturanga. So that's like one whole movement and breath.
Yeah, traditionally that's done in one breath.
Okay.
So do we,
She's in chaturanga right now, or she lowered all the way down, which is always an option.
okay, so upward facing dog and then.
What breath?
Um,
Yeah, inhale up dog.
and then. I wasn't sure.
Yep.
Well, downward facing dog. Inhale, lift the left leg.
Exhale, foot between hands, low lunge.
Rise up, warrior two.
What breath?
Inhale.
Yeah.
Exhale, lean forward.
We're gonna sink first.
Or, sorry, exhale, sink into warrior two.
Inhale, reach forward.
Exhale, extend.
Yep, back to you guys.
Inhale, reverse warrior.
Exhale, plank to low plank, chaturanga.
Inhale, upward dog.
Yeah.
Okay, inhale. Exhale, bring your feet to hands.
Inhale, standing halfway lift.
I didn't know if I was supposed to go, sorry. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, chair.
Yeah.
Exhale, forward fold.
Inhale, standing halfway lift.
Back to you guys online.
Exhale, forward fold, hands meet the mat, high plank to low.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Exhale, downward dog.
So. Sorry.
Other one. And it's the other ball.
All right, leg is.
On what breath?
Inhale.
Yeah.
Exhale, step into low lunge. Inhale, warrior two.
Exhale, extended side angle.
Inhale, reverse warrior. Exhale, plank to low, chaturanga.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Exhale, downward facing dog.
Back to you guys online.
Inhale your left leg high.
Exhale, lunge.
Inhale, crescent lunge.
We're still in sun B.
No. Oh,
Warrior-
sun B. My bad. Warrior two.
Yeah.
Are we going, I'm not sure.
What pose did you just do?
Because we're warrior two, we're usually, they turn.
That's only in the first round.
Okay, that's the first
Yeah.
round.
So
Okay,
now we're going right to the next pose.
okay, so,
Inhale, plank to low back.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Exhale, upward facing. Good. How many rounds was that?
Oh, okay. Inhale, right leg lifts.
Back to you guys.
Exhale, extended side angle.
Inhale, reverse warrior.
Exhale, cartwheel, hands down, high plank to low plank, chaturanga.
We're gonna lift something though, right? Look at where she is.
No, she had just gone into downward facing dog, but we didn't draw the rest.
They did. These guys
Oh,
did
they-
on mine.
oh, they did?
Mhm,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's not there.
He's not. Jacob just.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, in my mind, we were there.
Yeah, she's skipping.
Oh, okay. Maybe because I was watching you and maybe that's what, I don't know. Okay. So yes, you're correct. We moved then up dog and then.
Exhale down.
Yes.
facing dog.
Yeah.
Inhale, three-legged dog, left side.
Exhale, foot between hands, little lunge.
Now we're doing crescent, or will you do one more round? Yeah.
We're still in the crescent.
Okay, so rise up for warrior two, inhale, sorry. There you go.
Extended side angle.
Inhale, reverse warrior.
Yeah.
Exhale, right into chaturanga.
All right, back to you guys.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Exhale, downward facing dog.
Good job.
Inhale. Are we on the left leg?
We're done with Sun B.
Oh, all right. Bring it down to the mat and we'll set it up for, is it Supta Baddha Konasana?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sweet. Is that all I need to say?
Why don't you tell us what breath we do what action on?
Exhale, come down to mat from downward dog, and then
Once you're in that position, where do you lift and where do you go back down? Which breath is which? So when you do
it's exhale, lift, inhale. I know it's
yeah.
Exhale, lift, and then inhale back
Yeah.
down.
That's exactly right. Okay, what's the next one that we do? Okay. And then how do we do that? Tell us which way we would go, what we would use.
Can you go to the right?
Hold on, we're going over here. Well, think of the body is in that position. Which leg would straighten first? Mm-hmm. Shoulder.
Hold your right shoulder to your. Left shoulder. to
Yes.
your right knee.
Yeah, and you do that on an exhale or an inhale? Because think about when you're doing that, you're kind of like compressing your abdomen. What would make sense is that would kind of push air out of your body, right? So that one's an exhale as you twist. Yeah, and then you inhale back in. Good. I know core is a little bit of an awkward thing to cue, but remember we always twist to the right first. So that's why the left leg extends and then the left shoulder comes across first. Okay, so what's the next core exercise we do? Yes. Breathe. Yeah.
Bridge, so that you set up and then you put your hips up on an inhale.
Yeah. Good. All right, and then,
Lower down.
yeah, and then what comes after that? Yeah, so. Back to down dog, Hannah. Thank you for demoing. Okay. Here we are at our crescent series.
No, my turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, right leg lifts. Exhale, lunge. Exhale, hands to prayer.
Perfect. Back to you guys online.
Inhale, chest leans forward.
Exhale, revolve crescent.
Inhale, bring it back to center, crescent.
This is the one that we were just talking about a little bit earlier.
Okay, so observe.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
Hold the rest for that one,
actually.
Inhale,
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Exhale, hold.
Inhale, side plank.
Exhale, high plank to low plank. Inhale.
Oh, sorry, my turn.
Yeah.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Exhale, downward facing dog.
All right, one more side.
Inhale, left leg lifts.
Yeah.
Exhale, step through.
Back to you guys online.
Inhale, crescent lunge. Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Christina, did you hear?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Exhale, hands to prayer.
Inhale, revolved crescent.
Wait, what do we do before we revolve?
We sink a little deeper,
You
push
did
the heart forward.
forward, yeah. You lengthen forward, yeah. And then
Okay. Oh yeah, because I'm thinking we're already in round 2 for some reason.
well, we're on the second
Okay.
side.
Second set. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Or inhale, crescent.
Yeah, there you go.
Exhale. Lizard.
Yeah.
Inhale, lift your torso, view revolve down. Exhale, finding high plank.
Exhale. Lizard.
It's the other breath, but oh, it's a different
Okay.
pose too.
Inhale, side plank.
Yeah,
we go.
there you go.
That would be exhale, chaturanga.
Yeah.
High plank to low plank.
Inhale, up and
Exhale, drop.
We did it.
Woo!
How do you feel?
Learned a little bit.
Yeah, good.
That part's okay, but it's getting the other cues in that I'm like, I need to start working on that for sure.
Yeah.
Because I think we've done a pretty good job here, the inhale, exhale.
Good, good. Keep practicing that though, and then add in those cues. See if you can, one of the things that's really helpful is to just by yourself kind of popcorn it and try and go as fast as you can. Inhale, right leg lifts, exhale, low lunge, inhale, warrior 2, exhale, extend side angle. Just trying to do it really, really fast. It just kind of like gets your mind, it's like cemented in your mind, what breath you do and what pose it is and what comes next. And it's really fast. And then add in all of those cues. And remember, find the cues that work for you, that make sense for you, that you use, you know, whatever, when you're doing the practice, what makes sense for you? What do you need a reminder of? Always put those safety cues in there, but then just really do what makes sense for you and the way you say it that makes sense for you. Okay, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and we'll start on the next thing, Utkatasana. It's only 3 new poses. We can do it. All right, so let's take like just 5 minutes and we'll get back to it. All righty? Maybe we need to do jumping jacks or something. Wake up. Right? Yeah. All about it.
Oh, yeah. Did you? I don't think I saw them. Yeah, I never missed it. Did you get No wonder I felt chilly.
Okay, I was like, it's just me, I feel really cold.
Something changed.
Something changed.
Oh, wait, hang on. Understand the feelings. Just in the understand. Right, we've still got another minute, but why don't you guys get up? We're gonna move a little bit, so. I'm gonna guide you through Utkatasana before we break down those poses. So why don't you get up and do like a couple sun A's, do something to just warm up a little bit. Whatever you feel like you need, however you feel like you need to move. And get your breath going. All right, take just another minute to do whatever you feel like you want to do to get your body warmed up, moving a little bit. Even yourself out if you've done something to one side. All right, are we ready? About, yes, you guys are so enthusiastic today. All right, so we just finished crescent. So where are you when you finish crescent? Crescent. Downward dog. Downward dog. Come to down dog. Find your ujjayi pranayama. Couple deep breaths in and out through the nose. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you a little chant for this part. This is what you're gonna remember that'll help you remember the order of this section. Chair, eagle, gorilla. Chair, eagle, crow. That's what we're doing, okay? All right, take a breath in through the nose. Out through the nose. Inhale, shift the gaze forward. Exhale, bring feet to hands forward, fold Uttanasana. Inhale, halfway lift, long spine. Exhale, fold, tuck the chin. Inhale, chair pose, Utkatasana. You've already supposedly been here during our practice, right? So I'm not going to cue you into this. What you would do is just have them come into chair, bring weight into the left foot, and exhale, eagle. Right leg goes high up and over the left, right arm goes under the left. Focus your gaze. Your lifted leg can be hanging out at the side, it can be down on the floor, or it can be double wrapped around your standing leg. Bring the weight back into the heel. Sit down, squeeze the legs together, bring the shoulders over the hips, and then lift your elbows up, straight out from your shoulders, and begin to push your hands away from your face. If this is no good on your shoulders, you can give yourself a yogi hug here, grabbing opposite shoulders, but even then, lift the elbows up, push them away from the face. Focus your gaze and see if you can focus on a spot in the distance, maybe on the wall beyond you. And then focus on your hand right in front of you, your arm. And then see if you can focus on both at the same time. This is what eagles do. They have this double vision. Take another breath in, maybe sit down a little bit lower on your exhale. And then inhale, extended mountain, reach up tall. I'm not adjusting because I didn't ask for opt out. Exhale, forward fold for gorilla. Bring your feet about 2 fist widths between the balls of the feet. You can measure if you'd like. And then you can slide your hands under the feet, only if your toes come all the way up to the wrist crease. Otherwise, grab your toes with your peace finger and your thumb. Inhale, lengthen the spine, a little mini halfway lift. Exhale, fold, tuck the chin, engage your biceps, elbows come out wide. Rock the weight forward into the balls of the feet. Lift the tailbone up as you really pull your torso down with your arms. Tuck the chin. Tailbone reaches up. Crown of the head reaches down. Arms are active and engaged. Bring your elbows really wide. Engage your biceps. And breathe. Keep breathing. Release the hands. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold, plant the hands, step back, go through your half series, whether that's plank to chaturanga, all the way down or back to down dog, whatever you wish. We all meet back in down dog, or if that's not your best friend, tabletop's a great alternative. Take a breath in through the nose, out through the nose. Close your eyes, do that again. Feel the breath. Inhale. Exhale, release. Inhale, shift the gaze forward. Exhale, bring feet to hands, forward fold, Uttanasana. Inhale, halfway lift, lengthen the spine. Exhale, fold, tuck the chin. Inhale, chair pose, sit it back and down. Get really strong. Focus your gaze. Bring weight into the right foot and exhale, eagle. Left leg goes high, up and over, left arm under. Find the position that's right for you on this side. It may be different. Maybe your foot is in a different position. Bring your shoulders back over the hips. Squeeze your legs together. Squeeze your arms together. Core is engaged. Lift your elbows up, hands away from the face. Keep breathing. Squeeze at the legs. Squeeze at the arms. And see if you can find that double vision again. Focus in the distance. Focus on a spot on your arm. And see if you can find both at the same time. Once again, squeeze everything into the midline. And then inhale, extended mountain. Shake that out a little bit. And then exhale, come down to the mat. We're going to go into crow pose. You will be demoing crow, which is what I'm going to do for you right now. So for crow pose, you want to have chaturanga arms. So your hands are about shoulder width, fingers spread wide, bring weight into your finger pads, your kitty cat claws. Lift your hips, walk your feet in, bring your gaze really far forward, and then engage your core, round the back. Bring the knees to the outside or the backs of the triceps and start to rock forward and back. Maybe you pick up one foot and then the other. Maybe you rock forward and both feet lift. Your feet don't have to lift. Right here is crow pose. Okay? So give that a try. Usually for most people, when they have trouble getting into crow, it's because they're not looking forward enough. It's really not about lifting your body weight with your arms. It's about finding your center of gravity and shifting it forward. Bring the weight into the finger pads. If you've got this and you're holding it, bring your feet together and then bring them up toward the glutes. Yeah, having the feet on blocks is a great way to get yourself up part of the way there. Round the back. Big cat back, engage your core. Try bringing your legs to the outside of your arms. See if that changes it for you.
Leg steps.
What?
Oh, I'm trying. Are you talking to me? Because I'm trying to understand what you meant.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't, but you could try it too. So, you guys can all come down if you're done. You can be done. You don't have to keep going. So then you would have them go back into downward facing dog whenever they're done. If you see in your class that some people are still doing crow, you still have time for crow, but some people are down and they're just sitting there, you can give them like, have them come into child's pose if they're ready, something like that before you bring them to down dog. But that's pretty much it. That's all we're doing today. So it's super easy. Okay, I'll actually wait on that, on the leg thing until we break down crow in a few minutes. So we'll talk a lot more about different specifics about crow. Who likes crow? Okay, everybody online does. All right. For those of you who do not like it, do you feel like you don't like it because your feet don't lift, or you just don't get it and you're like, I don't feel what's supposed to be happening here? Good.
I mean, I'll say I like crow now that I use a block. I hated crow before I used blocks. I was like, I can't get my hips high enough.
Okay.
I would say, like, I can do it. I kind of just, it's one of, I guess I don't really know the purpose of inversion or things like, I don't get the purpose of doing handstands and things like that. I'm like, yes, it's challenging your balance and it's some strength, but like other things I feel it and I'm like, oh, this is like, I can really feel my hips opening, or, oh, I can feel it opening my chest. But when I'm doing things like this, I really am like, yeah, I'm like grounding because I'm really putting all my weight in one place, but it's one of those things I'm just like, what is this supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
See, just the opposite for me. I have serious anxiety, so all of that stuff really helps me. Like,
Oh.
yeah, and like it takes my mind out of whatever I'm thinking because I have to focus on not
Yeah.
busting my face open.
Yeah, you have to really focus. Yeah. And we will talk. I feel like I want to talk about it now, but then I'm going to get way off topic. So we're going to remind me if I don't, I'm sure I will talk about that.
Yeah.
But when we get to crow. So, okay. Does that little sequence of poses make sense to you? Okay. Do you like gorilla?
Yes.
No.
What is gorilla supposed to be like? That's like my main question there.
It's a very intense forward fold. So yeah, and we'll talk about why we do that and where we feel it and that kind of stuff as well. Okay, so let's start with eagle. So this is our first new pose that we've done in this sequence. And I like to, when I do these, I like to look at the pictures in the manual and talk about what's happening in the body. So before we do that, the Sanskrit word for eagle pose is Garudasana.
Garudasana.
Yeah. So, and you're going to hold this for 3 to 5 breaths, just like almost all the other poses, right? That first time you do them, you usually hold them 3 to 5 breaths. So with eagle, it is an asymmetrical pose, right? So we're going to do it 2 times. So that's why we have the little chant for this section, because it's a little bit confusing because you do eagle 2 times, but gorilla is a symmetrical pose. You only do it once. And crow is a symmetrical pose. So we only do it once. So that's why I have the little chant. Chair, eagle, gorilla. Chair, eagle, crow. Because you're going to do it and you're going to go, wait, we did gorilla. What do we do now? You do crow. Okay. So for eagle pose, we exhale when we move into eagle. Did one of you guys have a question online? Oh, I thought I heard something. Okay. We exhale when we move into it. Looking at the picture of Jen and Sam in the manual, starting at the feet, think about, and you probably talked about this some in chair. the standing foot is very flexed, right? So when you think about even the anatomy of people, how deep they sit in their chair or their eagle can depend on the bones and the muscles in the ankle, right? So some people have an injury in that ankle, a really old one, but they just don't have flexion to sit really deeply in that chair pose. So that will determine sometimes how deep they'll sit in that. So the back of the calf, the standing calf, is getting stretched here, right? Because you're standing on it, there's flexion in the foot, you're bending forward. And then the quads are working because you're squatting down in that position. So the hips in eagle should be relatively quiet and neutral. Hi. Sometimes they get wonky, and we'll talk about that. Sometimes they can get wonky side to side as well as they can twist because you're standing on the one foot, you're twisting the legs, you're twisting the arms, and sometimes people can get really, really twisted in interesting ways. So we talk, one of the cues that we talk about a lot is bringing things to the midline. So this is a really good thing for the brain. First of all, we're crossing limbs across the midline of the body. So the brain is having to work there when we cross over. It's just really good for the brain. And knowing where you are in space is a really big deal here. So we're asking people to cross their limbs over and then not have them go off to the side, but where is midline? So you're having to think about, how do I bring that to the center rather than letting it twist? So it's a whole lot of mental work. And then you're standing on one leg, so it's a balance. So you're having to work on that as well. Just realized I was cutting my own head off. The arms, this is a really good stretch for the back of the shoulders. Do you guys like this? The eagle arms, that stretch kinda? Okay, well, we're gonna have to figure out why that- Okay. I love it. I think that's a fantastic stretch for the shoulders. It's one of my favorite things. I say that about a lot of poses though. Oh, that's one of my favorite things. What else do we want to say here before we move into the cues? This is a great pose to stimulate the lymphatic fluid in the body. So we don't, we have our heart that pumps blood through the body. We don't have a pump for the lymphatic fluid. We move lymph through the body by moving. So a really good way to do that, we have these nodules like in the hip crease as well as in the armpits. So when we're doing eagle, we're really compressing that. And then we release, it's like this lymph can move freely. So it's a really good one for moving lymph, and lymph is good for your immune system. So you could say doing eagle could be good for your immune system. I'm not saying I'm a doctor or anything, but okay. Let's talk about the cues. So the transitional cue here, the first time you go into it, you root into the left foot. So you're in chair pose, you root into the left foot, the right leg comes high up and over, and then the right arm goes under. So sometimes this is confusing for people. They don't know which way to wrap the arms and the legs. Here is what they told me in my 200 hour, which seems weird, a weird thing to say, but somehow it stuck. So it worked. So I'm just going to sit here and do this. When you have the right leg over, your right arm goes under. And they told us you remember that because if you come down and touch your arms and legs, same arm and leg touch. I don't know why that makes sense. And it's stuck in my brain. But so whichever leg goes over, that arm goes under. So the right on top, right leg on top, right arm underneath. So same. It still irritates me that I remember that. Same. Left leg on top, left arm under. Okay. So wrap the right leg over, wrap the right arm under. And then we move it into the cues. Shift the weight into your bottom heel. So everybody stand up. And find your chair pose. Root into your left foot, or I don't care, you can root into whichever foot you want. Bring your weight into your heels. Notice how that feels, and then rock the weight forward into the balls of the feet. And what happens there? It feels different, right? Okay. Now put both feet down, really root into the left foot, and then cross the right leg barely over, just at the knee, cross it over and find your eagle legs that way. You can bring your arms in or you can relax them for a moment. Okay, so the legs are barely crossed, finding your eagle, and then unwrap, set that down, wiggle it out, and now sit back in your chair, root into the left foot again. This time, bring your leg really high up and over and find your eagle legs. And notice how different that is. Does it feel different? Okay, now bring your right arm under, find your eagle arms. You can have a kickstand with your legs. Bring the weight back into your heel. And then bring the weight forward into the ball of the foot. And maybe try that again, see what happens. Yeah. Okay, and then unwind. Okay, you can unwind for a second. Come on back down if you'd like, or you can stay standing because I'm going to make you do other stuff in a second. What was the difference between weight in the heels and weight in the balls of the feet? What?
Less stable.
Less stable in the ball of the foot, right? Yeah, it makes you kind of tip over.
Right. Oh.
What else?
There's more pressure on my ankle.
More pressure on your ankle and knees. And so many people have joint issues, knees and hips and ankles and stuff. So yeah, so that's why we have that cue to bring the weight back into the heel. It's more stabilizing and it takes weight off of your knee. Think about the more the weight is forward, the more your knee is going to push forward and it's going to put more pressure on that knee.
I guess, why specifically, maybe it's just a mental thing, but why specifically weight into the back of the heel versus like equally through the four corners of the foot? Because I feel like if you were to evenly disperse the weight.
What is the difference in your body? What do you feel when you do that? Try it.
I guess I tend to do the four corners of the foot.
So
Put your shoulders over your hips, so. So find your balance.
I don't know. To me, it's kind of like a suction cup or like you're gripping the ground with your foot type of thing.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And I think that is a little bit more advanced than most people are in tune with their feet. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So when we're telling the average vinyasa flow class, bring the weight into the heel, it's because they don't know where to put the weight. Yeah, and they're going to put the weight more forward. So we're bringing the weight back also so that we can sit down a little bit lower and bring the shoulders back a little bit more. So most people don't know. There is a bandha in your feet, so you can actually lift that arches, and there's this lifting action going on, and that's that suction that you're feeling. Most people are not that in tune with their feet, so they don't understand that at all. So it's about getting the weight back so that you can sit deeper, bring your shoulders back over your hips. Okay, so did you feel a difference with crossing the leg just barely over the knee, or if you crossed it really high? What was that difference for you? Yeah. Anything else?
It allowed me to think deeper when I had the legs wrapped further.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also going to be, again, more stimulating for that length in your body. Squeezing the legs in toward each other, squeezing the arms in is going to be more helpful. It's also going to probably help to stretch the outer glutes a little bit more, the hip muscles. When you wrap higher and you're squeezing more, it's going to help to stretch those a little bit more.
So my thing with wrapping higher is it's like I felt like I was turning my hips more, and I didn't know if I was like turning them too much, because I almost felt like kind of like spinal twist, where I was like wanting to send the hip that I was lifting like all the way over.
Yeah. So, and that's one of the things that we watch out for. So once you get in there and you're really wrapped up really tight, then your focus is bring it to the midline. So your hips should be square-ish to the front. I mean, the way that they're wrapped, they're not gonna be exactly perpendicular. But your hips should be kind of straight, your arms should be straight, and something that you will sometimes see in Eagle is that people will have, it's too much. People will have their legs wrapped, they'll have their arms wrapped, and then they start either going across, they'll start twisting one way or another. So their hips will be pointing one way and their arms pointing a different way. And we want to encourage them to squeeze both right into the midline of the body. So it's that, it's like one, you do the one step and then you do the other step and then you do the other, and then you've forgotten the first step, you know, so you go back and you readjust and you keep reminding them, squeeze the legs, squeeze the arms, lift the elbows. So it's all of the things. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So, I don't know if this is a lot or not. Vinyasa Eagle, I have kind of trouble with because, I do hot also, and this is like one of those crossover poses that is in hot, and it's in vinyasa, or it's in vinyasa. But we get into it differently in hot, because we're getting to it from a standing versus here we're getting into it from a chair. So I get confused about, okay, well, what am I supposed to do with this since I'm bending over and getting into Eagle versus coming into it from standing? So it just confuses me.
Yeah. And again, I'm not a hot teacher, so I can't really speak to what hot does because I can't even remember. It's been so many years since I've even taken a hot class.
So
just from,
so we disperse and then come into it from, well, we do this.
Yeah.
So, but it's just kind of weird, just
Yeah.
to me, just because.
yeah. And I think in hot you fold, right?
Yeah, you bring your elbows in towards the midline, whereas we keep them extended up for vinyasa.
So you'll just have to remember in this one, we do chair, Eagle, gorilla. So do chair first, right? Sit into chair first. Yeah.
You kind of do chair and hot. You don't do the arms, but you do sit back before you, because you know how they say bend your legs a lot? Like bend your
Yeah.
legs. Really exaggerate the movement. You're there besides your arms.
Yeah, I think as long as you get past the top of your in the chair and you're not upright. Cause it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same pose. So you can do it. You can do it all the time.
I just, I don't know, it just seems, I'm not sure how my vinyasa chair is supposed to. It's just because it just seems approaching it differently, it just feels different. Do it.
I don't disagree with you. I turn more in vinyasa than in hot, because like you said, we're standing straight, facing towards the mirror. So I look at myself in the mirror, whereas in vinyasa, I have to pick a different drisi. I can't look at myself, or I have to look at the exit sign or something like that, because I'll start to turn more. Kind of like what Mackenzie was saying with the hips. My hips will start to twist into it more than.
Yeah. So we have an adjustment for that as well, for the twisty hip thing. But really, I think once you're there, you're gonna start talking about these other things. We drop the tailbone to square the hips, but then bring your knees and elbows to midline. And that maybe is the key for that. And this one is bring everything to the midline. And maybe that's what you focus on as you're working on memorizing this sequence is that's really, you're focusing on bringing everything to the midline to stop that twist happening. Okay. Lean the shoulders back over the hips. We talked about that. And then everybody come into eagle arms on whichever side you would like. Okay, and then bring your elbows down toward your chest. Notice how that feels. Really pay attention to the backs of your shoulders. And lift your elbows up. And lift them up until they're straight out from your shoulders. And notice how that feels. And then start to push your hands away from your face. And feel that. Those are all very different, right? And then you can twist it up and do the other side if you'd like. So that's why we have that cue of lifting the elbows, because you often will see people resting their arms down on their chest, but they're not getting a whole lot out of that, right? When you lift those arms really high and then press the hands away from the face, you get such a wonderful stretch in the back of the shoulder. Well, I think it's wonderful. Okay, so then try the other one. So one of our modifications is to give yourself a hug, a yogi hug. So you would still do this the same way. Whichever leg is on top, that arm is on the bottom. But then you'll see people with their arms down, resting on their chest. So do that and notice, like, I feel no sensation in the back of my shoulders like that. But if you lift your arms up, you may start to feel something, but then actively push your elbows away. That's where I feel it, not until I push away. So even if somebody is doing this, because this for a lot of people is not accessible, right? Either because of their shoulder tightness, their muscles, whatever it is. A lot of people cannot double wrap their arms. That's okay. Palms together is okay. Having the backs of the hands together is okay. Hugging is okay. But whatever they're doing, elbows come up and then press away. And that's where you start to feel that shoulder stretch. Do you guys feel that? Have you guys ever done that yogi hug in eagle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said about the shoulders because I've always had a lot of trouble getting into the double wrap. My shoulders are just a little bit wider. But I find that this doesn't really feel like much to me. So it's like kind of hard, but doing that elbow lift.
Yeah. And then I think it's that really the pressing forward that is the key there. Okay. We have, let's see, elbows lift away from hands away from face. Hands to opposite shoulder is a modification. A kickstand is the other modification. So legs, there are different positions for legs. You all know the kickstand? Yeah. So. Yeah, the one that Sam is doing with kickstand. You can also have a block under the foot. That's not in there, but you know, it's just another option for having rather than the kickstand, it's like an elevated kickstand. But if they're doing that, you still want them to really squeeze the legs in toward each other. So the legs are super active. And then if you see the twisting, and I don't even know, but you'll often see something like that. So we're going to do an adjustment. If somebody will come and do a little, okay. You just do your thing. Come do a twisty thing. Twisty eagle for us. Let me move this.
Oh,
so we can
perfect.
see. They always break.
They do.
I bet there's a rubber band up front. We can
We're
reattach.
back in the rubber band-aids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can choose whichever leg you want. And sit down, bend into your standing leg. Okay, and then let yourself really twist. So one of the,
Which way?
yeah, that's fine. One of the, ooh, you're all kinds of twisty. So one of the things that you can do for your adjustments is to help to level the hips and you can bring them back to center. You're really twisted this way too. And then you can do the same thing with the shoulders. And then the other thing that you can do, just kind of getting them to midline, and you may tell them as you're doing that, really squeeze your legs together, squeeze your arms together, and then line up your arms and legs so they can look for themselves and look, yeah. And then you can put a hand on their back. If they're leaning really far forward, look at can you kind of round and lean? Yeah. You can put a hand on their back and tell them, press back into my hand. Good. And then you hold them right there and you can use this hand to lift the shoulders up. And then you can press the hands away. Don't poke them in the eye like I just almost did. So these are the things that you can do with adjustments. A really good one though is just to hold their hand and just have them keep pressing, or not hold their hand, your hand in their back, and have them keep pressing back into you. It's kind of stabilizing for them usually, and you can unwind it if you'd like. Okay, does that make sense? All of that, so you can with their hips kind of adjust them.
And for them, like crossing their legs over, it's like they need to cross. Some people try to like cross below the knees?
No,
Okay.
Usually not, because you're sitting in your chair, you're kind of sitting
Mhm.
down, so it's just like sitting, you know,
Yeah.
cross-legged in a chair, so
Okay.
usually it's about, okay. Questions about adjusting eagle? Makes total sense.
It's mostly squaring the hips. It's mostly
Squaring the
bringing
hips, the shoulders, bringing the arms up, pushing the hands away. That hand on their back to stabilize when you're doing any of that other stuff is good. Remember, in a standing balance pose, the pressure you give as an adjuster is equal to the pressure they give. So she was not leaning really far back into my hand, so my hand was really light on her back. So if you push harder than they do, what's going to happen? Push more. So you only push it as hard as they push. Okay.
When they're balancing and even have your hand lightly on. Is there a good way to take away the adjustment so that they don't like lose their balance?
I would not leave a person if I'm touching that, like if I have a hand on the back while they're in that pose, I wouldn't take my hand away. Or if for some reason I needed to, I would tell them, all right, I'm gonna take my hand away now. But I usually would not do that. If a person is in a balanced pose, I would stay with them until I move out of that pose.
And then you adjust them on the other side for you.
Yes. Yeah. Other questions about eagle? The cues, the adjustments? Okay, we're gonna have you guys practice just teaching eagle to each other, do the adjustments as well. Don't be afraid while you're adjusting them with whatever you're doing, even if it looks like they're doing it, just get in the habit of talking to your person. So tell them, really squeeze your legs together, squeeze your arms together, lift your elbows up so you can talk to them while you're touching them, okay? I did not give anybody a chance. Would anybody like to opt out of adjustments for today? It's totally okay if you do. What? Being adjusted. Yeah, sorry. No, you all have to do them. Well, okay. Let's have you guys pair up however you would like. Teach each other eagle. Let's go ahead and just do one side of it for now and then switch and the other person will teach. Nope, I'm gonna change my mind. You guys in here can teach both sides. You guys, since you're 3, I want you to just teach one side to somebody, to the other people. Do you know what I mean? So each of you will teach one side of eagle, okay? All right, and then we will come back and talk about how that went. I'm gonna mute us so you don't have to hear all of our noise in here. And you guys take it away.
I guess I'll go first. I'll
Yeah.
teach first.
So me and Reba, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. So we're starting from downward dog. Go ahead and gaze comes forward at the front of the mat. Sorry, inhale, gaze comes forward at the front of the mat. Exhale, feet to hands. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, is it exhale? Bringing it up to, it's an inhale. Okay, inhale, eagle. Sorry, my bad. It's not inhale. It's not straight to eagle. So then, okay, so Tadasana, right? Inhale, Tadasana. Okay, and then
Is Tadasana chair or is that no?
it's mountain pose.
So I think we start in chair.
In chair. Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay,
good.
chair. Oops. All right, so chair pose. All right, and then cross the right foot over the left. So first you're gonna root, right? So root into left foot. Wrap right leg over left. Wrap right arm under left. And then you're shifting. So shift weight to bottom heel. Drop tailbone and square hips. Exhale, bring it back to center. And standing mountain pose. I don't want to overload you guys with all of the cues while you're on one side, so.
All good.
All right. Who's next?
I can go next. Or
Okay.
actually, Christina, do you want to go? Because you have to leave earlier. Is that right?
I still have like another hour, but I don't. I'll go. So we're starting in downward dog, right?
We can start in chair if you really want to.
Okay, inhale to chair. Exhale, ego pose. Root into your left foot. Wrap right leg over left. Wrap right arm under left. Shift weight into your bottom heel. Drop your tailbone and square hips. Bring your knees and elbows to midline. Lean your shoulders back over your hips. You can always use one foot for a kickstand or do a yogi hug. And release.
Okay.
Cool. We'll do the other side just to even things. Okay, so I'm gonna say the things so you guys can meet me in chair. So inhale, look forward. Exhale, meet your hands. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale, chair pose. Exhale, root down into your right foot. Left leg crosses over your right knee. Left arm crosses under your right elbow. Shift your weight back into your heel. Square your hips. Bring elbows and knees into your midline. You can put your foot down for a kickstand, or you can find a yogi hug instead of the arms. Inhale, extended mountain pose. Ding. I'm trying to do it without notes, so I feel like I forgot something.
I definitely panicked.
It's always like that. I'm always like, just, what is it? Lift elbows away from the face. Another one. Yeah. Okay. It's funny that this one is 3 to 5 breaths, but I always feel like it's like 12 breaths.
Longer.
Every time I'm like, that is not 5 breaths. That was at least 10.
I think because there's so many cues too. So it's like you usually like go through all of them and then all the modifications. Yeah, that's like 10 breaths right there.
The way yeah. Okay, that was good.
It's one of the more difficult ones for me to like. I'm always to relax with.
I find this pose probably maybe the hardest pose for me in this series, just because I just like crossing my legs and my shoulders like is so difficult for me. And but then if I do it the other way, like with the modifications, I feel like I don't get much out of it. So it's like I
Right.
don't know what's the
It's all or
balance.
nothing.
It's good though. It's a good one.
Did you guys all teach it?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. Wow, you were fast. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about her.
I think we're almost done.
No, but I would agree with you. It's one of the hardest for me personally in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I even like
think it's
before I
special.
ever did yoga, I was like, I think it was in the hot yoga class that I was like, oh my God. And I would always try to do the double bind, and I still do. Because I can't.
Mm.
And that's when my hips go all funny and like I'll start twisting. But
Because you're only focused on the top half of your body. You're like, I gotta do.
I'm strict on all of it because I struggle with the top and bottom crossing. Like it's just something that I don't know. I always
I
see
feel like I
people do it.
struggle with
But,
goddess pose.
oh, goddess pose. Yeah. Well, yeah. My hips, like I have good flexibility, but just I think genetically my hips are not super open. So goddess pose or anything that involves like a lot of hip rotation, I feel like
Okay.
I'm always strengthening.
How did that go for you? Did it feel good teaching it? Was it okay? Okay. I want to go back. I think with interruptions in the room, I left something out I really wanted to point out. This is kind of important. So depending on your leg position, different things are happening in the leg. So when you go into a kickstand eagle, here. So if you go, I'm not even going to do a double wrap today, but if you go into a kickstand eagle, what's happening in my, and I don't know if you can even tell online, but what happens with my top leg? Is it rotated? Is it straight? This one's actually externally rotated. If you look at that. So if you have a kickstand, you can have it kind of neutral. You can have it externally rotated. If you have it double wrapped, I can't do it today with my hip issue. Double wrap is an internal rotation of that leg. Could somebody, I know you were just doing, would you mind doing it again for us? And maybe face these guys so they can see that. Can you come over here so you're closer to the camera? Sorry. Thank you. Nice light. Naruto run. Okay, cool. So when you get that, and you could see it, there was an external rotation, and then when she hooked it, that thigh rotated internally. So it's just something to be aware of, and you could be done. Yeah. Could you guys online see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just something to be aware of. If people are in the different positions, the foot positions in there, it can change what's happening in that top leg. So if you want to do that yourself, even just feel how if you've got a kickstand, you can externally rotate it. It's almost like a figure four, a mini figure four. Yeah. And then floating, it can kind of be neutral if you're floating, but when you double wrap, it's like to get that wrap, this internal rotation happens.
I have a question about that.
Okay.
Do you want to encourage them to try to internally rotate even with a kickstand if you're noticing that, or is it just like, okay, that's a different sensation?
That's a good question. Do you want to encourage that internal rotation? What do you think the answer is?
Depends.
It depends. Yeah, that's almost always my answer to the questions. It depends. It depends. For some people, like I have a hip injury, right now I can't do that internal rotation. It would damage my body to do it. So you don't know what's happening in somebody's body. You can, if you're doing something like, let's say it's down the line and you're planning a different sequence, not just this can be a sequence, something where you want them to have internal rotation of the hip. So maybe you're encouraging that. But of course, you would never force someone to do that because you don't know what's happening in their body. But you would talk about it. You would talk about if you can get that hook, that double hook, then you can find that internal rotation. You can talk about that even if they've got a kickstand, though. You can encourage that internal rotation no matter where the leg is. You could also encourage, like if you were going to do a figure four after this and you wanted external rotation, then maybe you have them kickstand and find that either neutral leg or a little bit of an external rotation at the hip. So it depends. Yeah. But it's something to just be aware of and something to notice. And you might notice that people do something very different on the two sides, depending on what happens in their body, with their anatomy, with their muscles, all the stuff. Okay.
The toes and how you're talking about heels.
Mhm.
Is it okay to cue like having students like lift their toes or like at least like energetically lift their toes?
Mhm. Did you guys hear that at all?
A little bit.
So she was talking about having them bring the weight back into the heels. So is it okay to cue to lift the toes? Absolutely. Yeah. I would probably do that before they go into eagle. So maybe when you bring them to the front, maybe even come up to standing and have them really tune into their feet, lift the toes, feel that that lifts the arches, gently set them back down, sit in a chair. Maybe do that again in chair. Lift the toes, feel the arches lift, put them back down. Keep the arches lift as you set the toes down and then go into your eagle. I probably wouldn't do that once they're in eagle because you're already working on so many, you're like, oh, I got to focus on all the things, squeeze and tuck and squeeze and yeah. So yeah, I think that's a great thing to do. Other questions, comments, thoughts about eagle or its adjustments? Did you throw anybody off balance adjusting? Yeah. Exactly. You have to do it so that you can learn how do you do it? Yeah, yeah. Make sure that, and I know you've heard that before with adjustments, make sure that you are solid where you're standing. Make sure that, like, I think when you were adjusting, it looked like you were reaching kind of far. Make sure that you're close enough so that you feel really stable. Because if you're reaching like this, all of that person's stability is coming from this arm, which is, mine is not super strong. So, get close enough so that you're hugging it in and you're able to use more of your body in the support of that person and the adjustment that you're doing. Just make sure that you feel good first. Keep practicing those adjustments. They're weird and difficult. Okay, shall we move on? Chair, eagle, gorilla. Chair, eagle, crow. So what are we doing now? Gorilla. This one is Pada Hastasana. Yeah. Yeah, so Pada is foot, Hasta is hand. So this is your feet in your hand, right? So it's hand. Okay, we're going to talk a lot about this. So is this one, do you do gorilla on an inhale or an exhale? Exhale. Sure. You're going to hold it for 3 to 5 breaths. This one, if you look at that picture of Sam in this position, this one is opening up and stretching the entire back chain of the body. So from the heels all the way up the back of the neck, even the crown of the head to right between your eyebrows. That's the whole back chain of the body is being stretched. So this is, like I said before, a really active forward fold. This is not ragdoll. We are pulling with our hands. So that means that the whole front side of the body is compressing and it's really engaging to help pull the torso down. So the whole back side of the body is getting stretched. The whole front side of the body is engaging and strengthening and pulling. So, this is another one of those, like you can see where, just like we talked about the lymphatic fluid movement from that compression and you're cutting off a little circulation and then you open it up and it's allowed to move. Kind of the same thing with digestion here. We're in this really deep forward fold, so we're compressing the abdomen. And then when we release, it kind of allows some fresh blood to flow in that area again. So kind of that same little thing. Forward folds are typically really soothing to the nervous system, right? Is that true for you guys? Do you find forward folds in general to be soothing? Some people don't. And for some people, it can depend on the position. Like if they're seated rather than standing, that can change how that feels to them. So it's okay either way. But for most people, forward folds tend to be soothing to the nervous system. Okay. So our transitional cues, toe, heel, feet to hip width distance. So your hip width is what? 2 fist widths between the balls of your feet. So a lot of people, you'll tell them, hip distance. And people will be like, I've got really big hips. This is not hip distance, because we're not talking about the outside of your body, right? We're talking about aligning your bones. So that's why this width, my feet are going to be lined up right about with my hip bones. So this is what we're talking about, the muscles. I mean, not the muscles, the bones being stacked. So I will almost always say 2 fist widths between the balls of your feet, unless it's people that I know and I know that they know. Okay. Hands under feet, toes to wrists. Why do we have this? Why is this cue in there? Particularly the toes to wrists.
I know that when I came in today, I get this a lot and I don't really know why. Like my wrist will, one wrist will like, I'll wake up and it'll just be really sore. And after I did gorilla this morning, it like went away.
You feel like you like pulled it and adjusted that joint
Maybe.
or something? Maybe. So here's the deal. A lot of people don't even know what that means when you say toes to wrist crease. I'm going to sit down and show you this. So when I say that, I don't mean here. I mean, my toes come to this crease right here. So the toes come here. So if I'm standing on my foot, my hand is all the way, so my toes are like on the wrist this way. So that's what we're talking about, okay? I'm gonna just pause there. We have weight in the balls of the feet. It's a few cues down there. So what happens, we did this earlier, right? Where we shifted the weight forward and back. What happens when you bring the weight forward? In a forward, stand forward fold. Feel free to get up and do it if you would like. So when we bring the weight, and you don't even have to have your hands under your feet, but just bring the weight forward. Notice what happens. Bring the weight back into the heels. Somebody tell me what that feels like.
You feel more of a stretch and
You feel more of a nerve stretch almost.
A nerve stretch?
When you bring your heels up, it feels like it's coming from like almost stretching something else.
Yeah, yeah. So, and it gets a lot more in the hamstrings, right? When you bring the weight forward. Yeah, it's a different thing. So,
feels like it encourages length as well.
Yeah.
I feel like I get a little bit longer with each one.
yeah. Okay, so keeping in mind the weight in the balls of the feet, now let's think again about the hand under the foot. So if I've got my hand, let me do this. You often will see this or even this, where people just have their fingers flat and they'll be standing on their fingers. This is what we don't want. We don't even want this with the hand, like the toes are in the middle of the palm. You want your toes all the way up there because you're rocking the weight forward into the ball of the foot. So if you've got all of your weight like this in the ball of your foot, your weight is on all these little tiny bones in your hand. You don't want that. That's a good way to damage your fingers. You want it here so that when you rock the weight forward into the ball of the foot, it's in the meaty part of your palm. So it's going to protect your hand a little bit. Does that make sense? That's why if I see somebody in my class with their weight on their fingers right here on their fingers, I'm going to come tell them, grab your big toe or do this so that the weight is in the meaty palm of the hand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So grabbing the big toes with these fingers and thumbs. Hi, how are you? Well, come on in. Okay, so grabbing the big toes with the piece fingers and thumbs is a totally fine variation. So, and sometimes I think people think that is not as good, you know, of a pose. I'm not doing it all the way if I'm grabbing my big toes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're still going to be rocking the weight forward. You're still going to be getting that stretch. The knees can be as bent as they need to be also. So the legs do not have to be totally straight. They need to be wherever they are for you. If your hamstrings are tight, if your hips are tight, whatever it is, and your knees are bent, you can still feel that stretch, probably even more so than the people with straight legs. But just do what's right for you, right? You're still going to be actively pulling. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Inhale, lengthen the spine. So what we're trying to do there is to get that rounding out. So we want the spine to be as long as possible, even though when you fold, there is definitely going to be some rounding, right? And then exhale. Okay. So we're grabbing, when we lengthen, it's to find this length so that we're not just folding here. So we're lengthening. And then when we fold, we bring our elbows out so we can really engage our biceps, and we're pulling the torso down, right? So that's why the elbows are wide. We don't want them back here. We don't want them relaxing. Bring them out, pull them. So that the arms are actively engaged with pulling the torso down. What does that look?
I guess, it kind of feels like we're doing a standing downward dog, where it's like bend your,
Like a standing happy baby.
yeah, like a standing like downward dog, where it's like, it's more about length and straight through the spine, and bend your knees as much as you need, active through the arms, and like extending. So to me, that feels very similar to this.
Okay. I guess I can see.
In like what you're trying to actually get and what you're allowing to go on the side, almost like it's mostly about the spine, less about getting heels down, or the knee, keeping the knees bent, keep getting your legs straight.
I think this one is all about the whole backside of the body, stretching the whole backside of the body. So it's not that you want to encourage bent knees. You want the legs to be as straight as is right for them.
Okay.
So if legs can be totally straight, that's great. In that case, sometimes people have trouble, that flexibility thing. Like if your legs are totally straight, it's like, are they hanging out there going, I don't even feel this. Well, when we give them an adjustment, and one of those is to put the hands right here and tell them push up into my hands, that's when they feel it. So it's getting them the engagement, letting them know, like, tuck your chin and then lift your tailbone toward the sky, like actively lift the tailbone and pull the torso down. So you're giving them these cues that are making them engage a little bit more. So you're going to feel that whether your knees are bent or not, but when you're going to where it's right in your body. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one is a super active forward fold. Weight is in the ball of the feet. I already said that. Biceps active, crown of the head toward the floor, toward the ground. So sometimes you'll see people looking up, and you don't want that because, again, the entire back chain of the body, which includes the head all the way to here. So to get that, you tuck the chin. Then you're going to feel that stretch in the back side of the head and the neck. So the chin is tucked. Generally, you might want their eyes open, because sometimes if they close their eyes, they'll somersault, which is kind of fun. Okay. Let's see. We talked about grab the big toes. We talked about knees bent. Those are the modifications. Okay. Any questions on this before we do the adjustments?
I have a question.
Okay.
I just am wondering, like, so we have ragdoll, we have so many forward folds in the sequence, we have gorilla, we have a wide-legged forward fold, and we have the surrender staff pose at the end. And so I just like, I've always wondered this, like, just, is there almost a danger of overstretching the backside of the body? And like, yeah, what are tips to sort of, I
That's a
don't
really
know.
good,
I've always
that's a good
wondered that.
observation. It's a good observation. In yoga in general, we do far more forward folds than we do back bends and heart openers. I think it's something to be really aware of, to try and find balance. So don't skip heart openers and back bends, because we do. I mean, every time you do a half series, you do forward folds. We do half lift, forward fold, we do a lot of forward folds, and that is just across the board yoga in general. We just do a whole lot of forward folds. So I think it's really important to make sure that you cue those heart openers and those, even if you're not doing a huge back bend, when you're doing an up dog or a locust or, any of those kind of poses, really take the time and emphasize that heart opening so that we're getting some balance between those two. Yeah. Okay. Should we talk about the adjustments? Does somebody want to come do gorilla pose for me and I'll show you the adjustments? All right. Does anybody know the sandwich press? All right, that's going to be fun. Okay, so go ahead and go into your gorilla. However you want to go into it. I'll give you a second there. Okay, the first one that we have is to press on the top of the hip bones, right? The thigh bones. So I'm going to put my hands right here and I'm going to say press up into my hands. Yeah, and I press down and I remind them, keep pressing. It makes it harder, right? Uh-huh. This is all it is. And you're going to stay with them and keep reminding them. You're going to keep pressing down. When you feel that it lessens, remind them, push up again. So you just keep reminding them. Okay. The other one, oh wait, besides sandwich, oh, the other one is the same one that you do for all of your other forward folds. And it's just a hand here, and then you go down the back. Now, when you do this, you're not just lightly tickling them, right? You're encouraging that fold. So you've got good pressure there. Okay. Can you do one more? Or can I do one more adjustment? This one, the sandwich press, is really interesting. It feels like you're way up in their space. I wouldn't do it to somebody if it's their first yoga class ever. Okay, go ahead and go back into that. You're gonna have one hand behind their knees and one hand up here, and then your hands move in opposite directions. So I'm pressing in and I'm encouraging the fold. Okay, does that feel okay? Okay. So that's what that one is. So now you didn't get to see any of that. So it looks, so if you want to just look, so when you do that, you've got a hand. So wait, it is, could you guys see that online? Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys, when you're doing that sandwich press, listen, when you're doing that, it's really like you're just encouraging the fold again. You're encouraging the hips to lift up and the back to come down. So you've got a hand behind the knees and you've got a hand kind of at the low back, and you're doing this action really strongly, and it's pressing in while you're doing this. And it's not like your arms go all the way, right? It's a little bit, and it encourages the lift of the tailbone and the torso to come down. And it usually feels really good, right? Were one of those better for you than the other? Which adjustment did you like best?
Third one,
Yeah.
only because it really emphasized on folding.
Yeah.
But I think all of them are good too.
Yeah.
Especially like when you have your hand on my tailbone and
Yeah.
you said press up against
Yeah.
it, which then reminded me to really extend.
Yeah, that's again, it encourages the tailbone to lift up while you're pulling yourself down. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So guess what? You get to practice doing those now. And you can practice all three of those adjustments. This one you've done before, right? Hand on the sacrum, doing this. You've done it a lot probably. So you don't have to really do that so much. You can, but really practice those other two especially. You're going to feel like you're grabbing their butt. You're not, it's on the top and they're just, when you have them do that to you, especially the pressing down and then the sandwich thing, you'll be like, oh, okay, now I want to do this to other people because it feels good. And I think it really helps you go into that fold some more. So pair up with somebody different. We're going to have an odd number in here right now. So we'll have a group of 3. We'll have you guys in a group of 3, and we'll just do this until everybody gets to cue into gorilla and practice the assists. Make sure you give feedback to each other on those assists. With that sandwich press one, be careful that you don't push them forward and like off balance. So it's a subtle thing. Okay, do it. Ready, set, go.
Okay, I'll go first again.
Okay.
Did we start from Tadasana and then go down to gorilla?
Yeah.
Okay. So Tadasana, it's extended. Okay. Exhale, forward fold to gorilla pose. Your hands can be at your wrists. Wait, no. I mean, your toes can be at your wrists or your hands under feet. If not, then just take the peace finger and the index finger underneath the big toe. As you lift, it's not lift as much, right? It's exhale, fold, elbows wide, biceps active. Weight in the balls of the feet. And then crown of head to the ground and tuck your chin to your chest. Exhale, release to forward fold, and then we'll have someone else probably you guys can do it a little better than I did.
Good job, Jacob. Sorry, still trying to catch my breath.
That's such a love-hate relationship of this pose.
When I first did it, I did not know what I was doing, and I refused to look around in the class at anybody else.
You're like, but I will not ask.
Yeah.
All right, so we're starting.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You're good.
Oh, you're gonna say?
I was gonna say I don't know. I feel like if I look around at class, somebody's gonna get uncomfortable, and it's gonna take away from their practice. You know?
I don't really like to look anymore, but I think at the beginning I always felt awkward having to look like, oh no, now they'll know I'm in it, like I'm moody and I don't know.
Okay, so inhale, extended mountain. And then exhale, gorilla pose. So you can grab your big toes with your peace fingers or toes to wrists. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, fold. Elbows wide, biceps active. Weight in the balls of the feet. So inhale, lengthen.
Oh shoot! I just did a somersault.
Not too forward. Release. Don't hurt yourself.
I think
that
the way I've like prevented that, I almost feel like because you're pulling with your arms, you can almost like counteract how much forward you're going. If that makes sense. So that's the only, because I'm pretty low, but since I'm pulling with my arms, I never topple forward. But
You're pulling with your arms, yeah. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
mainly I noticed, yeah, I was doing a lot with my lower half of my body and not a lot with the top.
The upper side.
yeah. I had a
You pulled yourself forward too much.
yeah, I had a teacher once told me like what was it? Like the aim like theoretically would be getting your crown of your head to your feet. So like really like thinking of pulling yourself downward with your arms. Even though I don't think that's like
Right.
okay, so I'll go. All right, inhale, extended mountain. Exhale, forward fold, gorilla pose. Bring your feet hip width distance apart. You can use your fists to measure between your feet. And you can stick your hands underneath your feet. Your wrist crease are going to be at the top of your toes. Or you can find your peace fingers, grab the big toe, and inhale, extend, and exhale, pull with your biceps. Inhale, exhale, pull. Crown is lengthened down to the floor. Hip, tailbone reaches up. Exhale, release. Extended mountain. Downward facing dog.
Wow. That one
think
is really good for like working through, I think, hard emotions.
Yeah. I definitely get to this pose and I think this is where I'm like, are we done? Like I'm always like by this pose I'm like having to really dig for like motivation and like it's super easy to just fold and just do a passive forward fold here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with once we get, is it the triangle is after this, right?
Angles after, yeah.
Yeah, especially when I'm doing the triangle.
Yeah. That's another one that you're actually working your hand. There's so many hamstring things. Like I always knew this, but it's like interesting to count it. It's like wow, they just love lengthening the hamstring.
Mm.
But I kind of miss what she said with the sandwich, like for the adjustment. I might need her to show me that again, but
You missed what she said as far what exactly?
I miss seeing it a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it was at a weird angle. I saw most of it, but yeah, I mean, it might be good to just see it again.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh. And then we have the wide leg forward fold, which is also kind of an intense fold. I just don't quite get why there's so many.
That one's one of my favorite. I think that's my favorite forward fold. It's one of, I was actually thinking about it when everybody was going around. I'm like, is that one my favorite pose? I guess it's my favorite, more, I guess, restorative type pose.
Yeah, I changed my mind in my head a few times on the favorite pose.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How did it go for everybody?
I did a somersault.
Did you really?
Almost.
And you didn't even have an adjustment. Wait, how did that sandwich go for you guys? You were eating a sandwich?
How we were like munching away. It seemed pretty good.
We were talking about sandwiches.
So I want you to know, even though that sandwich press maybe looked really weird to do, and you're like, I don't know if I could do that. I think almost everybody in here was like, oh, that was really good. It is a good.
wondering if I could see it one more time because
Yeah. Yeah. Does somebody want to come do the sandwich press to someone? Some pair come up and do the sandwich press for them so they can see it one more time? Come on. Okay. Does somebody want a gorilla? Okay.
Can we use your mat?
Yeah. It's a Cambio mat. It's fine.
Okay, so I think maybe like.
So this arm is like right behind the knee and slightly above. And then this one, I usually start with mine a little bit higher, but you find what works for you. And then it's a squeeze.
This one does feel better.
And this one lifts up while that one goes down. And it's not like your arms have to move a lot. It's a subtle movement, but it's just that encouraging the body, encouraging the hips to lift and the torso to fold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Does that make sense? So did everybody like having the sandwich press done to them? See, it feels good. How did you feel giving the sandwich press?
Once I knew how to do it properly, it wasn't as bad.
It's not that big of a deal. Like, it looks odd.
It does look strange.
Yeah, when you see somebody do it, you're like, what is happening? But it feels really good, and it's it doesn't feel that awkward once you get used to it. Yeah,
Were you on your knee? or
I
were you
was.
crouching?
Yeah, I get on my knees because I'm super tall. So for me to bend over to do that to somebody, I would not feel stable doing that. And I think also because I'm really trying to engage and squeeze them. So I feel like if I have that base of kneeling, I'm much more solid to be able to squeeze and do that action. So yeah, I always kneel when I do that one. Again, I would not do that to somebody on their first yoga class ever. That might be a little bit much.
That's a good point about it being potentially feeling claustrophobic,
Mm.
especially if your hands are under your feet. You can't move, and then
Yeah.
someone, or like,
You don't see them coming.
you don't see
like,
them coming, yeah.
If they don't know, they've never seen that adjustment before.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. It's a vulnerable one, your butt's in the air, like, it just feels like, I can see the purpose, it feels good, but yeah, it definitely is one that is like, you gotta know when's the right time.
Yeah, I would also never do this to somebody that I didn't know well without telling them. I'm gonna do this thing where I'm gonna have my hands on each side of you. Is that all right with you? And I would do, so I would communicate that to them because it's a lot. Yeah, especially if somebody doesn't know. Yeah, good point. Other questions or comments? Okay. What do we do next? Crow. So you demonstrate crow, you demonstrate the half series, you demonstrate crow. Okay. And I would like us to all have a chance to demonstrate that for everybody today. So we will try and get that done. Do we need to take a quick break? Or are we okay to go through crow? Okay. All right, good. Let's move on. The Sanskrit name is Bakasana. If you want, you can say it like a crow. Bakasana. You're gonna hold it for at least 3 to 10 breaths. This one you go into on an inhale. You take flight on an inhale, even though you're all crunched up and you're engaging your core and you have a cat back. So why do we do arm balances in general? Why is this one in our sequence?
Focus.
Yeah, you certainly have to focus. There are a lot of reasons why we do these. Focus is definitely one of them. You have to really concentrate, especially if you've never done these before. You're like, what the heck? I haven't done that since I was a kid, playing in the park, which is another reason we do them. They're fun. They're just playful. And you don't have to take it super seriously, right? I mean, you're just trying to balance on your arms because it's something different and new. And a lot of times when people get their feet off the ground for the first time, balancing on their hands, first time since maybe they were a little kid, they're like, I did it. It's this, I can't believe I just did that. That was amazing. It was so silly, but amazing. So it's this playfulness. It's reminding you not to take life too seriously, but at the same time, you're having to really work and to really focus. It's building strength. What do you lift your body with in crow? Your core. It's not I mean, you're balancing on your arms, but that's a balance. It's not a lifting with your arms. The lifting is in your core, and then it's shifting. So don't think about lifting your whole body with your arms. That's really not what it is. They're just there to support, to be a foundation, to have a skeletal structure there, and then you shift the weight forward, and that is where your feet lift. So it's a huge core strengthener. You can do this crow pose to really get your core activated so that you can do other things later. So you can use it as a core strengthener, a core prep for other things. So it does build strength in your arms, your shoulders, your core, even your legs. You're squeezing your legs in. So it's a big strengthener. Okay. And I think crow pose is a somewhat accessible arm balance for a lot of people. I mean, like I said, when I demoed it, and I don't know if you noticed, but I did not lift both of my feet at the same time when I demoed it. You do not have to. And like I said earlier, I tend to be a very hypermobile person. I'm very flexible, but when I demo poses in a class that I'm teaching, it is not the Samantha show. People are not there to watch me be flexible. I almost never go to like my full range of motion when I demo a pose in a class. I almost never lift both feet when I demo crow in a class because I want people to see it's still crow if your feet are on the floor. We're working on all this engagement stuff. So you can lift your feet when you demo crow. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't do it because I've gotten in the habit of, this is not Samantha show off time. Look at what I can do. Nobody cares. They're not there for me. They're there for them, right? So do not feel that you do not need to lift you don't have to lift don't feel that you can't lift your feet when you demo crow. It's great if you want to do that. You can also demo it using a block. But know that there are options and know that you want to make sure your words communicate to them. It's crow with your feet on the floor. It's crow if you lift one foot. It's crow if you lift both feet. And then if you've got somebody who is in their crow, they're holding it, know some more advanced cues that you give them so that you can help them go further into that pose. So, okay. Your hands are going to be on the mat like chaturanga arms, shoulder width distance. You're going to push down into your kitty cat claws. So that's going to bring some of the weight out of the heel of the hand. It's also going to help you shift your weight forward when you focus on bringing the weight into the finger pads. So knees to triceps. When we talk about bringing the knees to the triceps, they can, like I said before, they can come to the back of the triceps or they can come to the outsides, whichever one is not better than the other. If you are going to work on moving from a crow pose into a handstand, like a Ashtanga primary series, that's something that you do. So if you're going to do that, or if you're going to work into a different arm balance from crow, sometimes those are easier if your legs are on the back of the arms rather than the outside of the arms. For the purposes of this sequence, it really does not matter. Okay. So your core, again, this pose is powered by your core. So you're going to pull up and in. You're going to have a cat back. So your back should be really rounded. It's all about the core. You're squeezing it in. The gaze is forward. Make sure you cue the gaze. If people look back at their feet, which sometimes they will, they're like, oh, are they going to lift? They're going to somersault. It's a really common thing for people to somersault when they're doing crow and they look at their feet. They just fall right over, which is fun, but it's not crow. Okay. And then you just really lean forward. It really is with arm balances. It is all about finding your center of gravity and then moving it to whatever position, either forward or sometimes back, so that you're balancing on your hands. Just center of gravity. That's all it is. Modification is lift 1 foot at a time. And you can work towards straight arms. If you do straight arms, it's called crane, because in yoga, if you change one thing, it's a different pose. Close one eye, it's called something different. So if you do crane with straight arms, you want to try and bring your knees all the way up into your armpits. That's going to help to get the legs or the arms straight. Okay. Adjustments. You are not going to hold somebody's body up on their arms. The only adjustment that you could have if somebody is in there, they're trying to get their feet off the ground and they're looking right here, they need to look further forward, right? And for me, it depends on your proportions, your center of gravity. For me, I had to look way further forward than I thought I did. So if you see somebody looking right here, maybe you come and point and say, look up here. And that'll help them shift forward a little bit. So that's one of the adjustments in your manual is you point to where you want them to look. Could you guys tell what I was saying? I know you couldn't see that, but you just point more forward from where they were looking. So the other one is somebody's in there, their hips are lifted. They're trying to go into their crow. They've never lifted their feet. They're trying to, they're scared. You can come and put your hands just in front of their shoulders so that if they start to fall on their face, you can maybe try and prevent that from happening. Again, you are not lifting somebody's body. You're just there to give them a little bit of, really, it's mental support. So some other things that are not in your manual, so I probably am not supposed to say it, I'm not supposed to, but a lot of times it's the fear of face planting, right? Mm-hmm. So have a blanket under their face, so it's a softer landing. Also, having a block under your feet helps get you up there a little bit higher. You're part of the way there already. So trying that with a block under your feet. And if you've never tried it that way, try it, see what happens. Okay. Who would like to demo crow for us? All right, Hannah's going to do it. Yeah, do it just like you would demo it for a class.
Go ahead and come down to your mat. So I'll demonstrate. If crow's in your practice, you can take it already. I like to come into a malasana squat, but you don't have to. Taking your hands shoulder width distance. Look forward, not down or back. Bringing your feet, you'll walk them close together and close into your body. Finding a cat back as you lift onto your toes. And this is crow. Or maybe you work to lift one leg or both. And have fun.
Nice. Yay. All right, who's next? You guys online have to do this too. Everybody's going to do it. Yeah, you're all going to do it right now. Okay. Yeah, just get used to it. Remember, we don't expect perfection right now. This is the first time we're doing this, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna meet on the mat in crow pose. Feel free to grab a block, or you can you go without one. You're going to have your hands shoulder width distance apart. Spread the fingers, put weight into the pads of your fingers so that you're more evenly distributing the weight, and just try to rock forward a little bit. Have your knees towards above your elbow, and just try to practice rocking forward. Here's where I start to use a block to get higher. Gaze forward, and you can go between, or you can start to float. And that's crow.
Good job. Nice. Who wants to go next? Okay, we got somebody online that's going to go, and then we'll have you go.
I'll go next.
Oh,
wait,
go ahead,
were
yeah.
you?
Okay. It's all good.
All right. I am going to I'm not gonna do great. Okay, so go ahead and bring it down to a squat on your mat, and we will start with, so it's exhale, bring a squat down to a squat on the mat. Inhale, gaze comes forward. As your feet come closer together behind you. And then you can always stay rooted to the ground. This is still crow pose. And you can lift one foot up or the other. Try to dance it out. You can bounce and float as well. Make sure that the knees are above the elbows and continue to keep your drishti or gaze forward. And that's it.
Good job. Yay. All right, you gonna go?
All right, everyone, I'm going to demonstrate crow pose for us. First thing you're gonna wanna do is find a nice solid base, fingers spread wide. Press into the palms of your hands. And you have two options here. You can either bring your knees to the outside of your elbows or right behind the elbows up high. And you want to find a front forward, a forward gaze. So you don't want to look in between your hands. I used to do this a lot, and I've noticed that looking forward helps me maintain balance. So you want to do that, and then you can start with just lifting one feet and see how your body feels here. Or try switching the other side. And if you feel comfortable, you can go to both feet off the mat. And that is crow pose.
Nice job.
I'll go now. Okay, so we're all gonna come down to the mat and in a comfortable seat. I'm gonna demonstrate crow pose. So first off, we might come to just a squat in the mat, and then hands are coming in front of us with like chaturanga arms, fingers spread wide. We're lifting our hips high, bringing our toes together, slight bend in the elbows, and you're gonna just lean forward slightly. Just your gaze comes forward and stay right here with your toes on the mat. Or if you feel comfortable, you can just raise one toe. And then if you feel good there, raise the other. And just play around. And then you come down whenever you're ready.
Good job. All right, who's next? Okay.
Okay, everybody come down to your mat. I'm gonna demonstrate crow pose. So we're gonna start here with arms, shoulders width apart. And we're gonna bring our knees up towards our elbows. Squatting down here, we're gonna press into our hands. Our fingertips are wide. And I'm gonna bring my elbows out a little bit and start to engage my triceps. And then I'm just gonna press my knees onto my triceps. And you can stay here, and this is crow. Keeping that gaze forward, you can continue to play here with lifting one foot up and lifting the other, engaging the core and pressing away from the mat. Or inhale, pushing up and holding your crow, finding what feels good and playing here.
Good job. Next. Okay.
Everyone find a seat on their mat. I'm gonna demonstrate crow. Hands on the mat, shoulders width distance apart. And we're gonna lower down as if we're doing a low plank. But first, let's get up on our toes and squat. Look forward and knees go a little bit above the elbows or on the outside of your arms. And then engage your core and tilt forward. You can lift one foot or the other, or both if that feels good for you. And then come on down whenever you're done.
Yay.
It's so good to see like everybody's pro just looks different because everybody's like, some people are really tall and so they like lean way farther forward.
Yeah.
That must be hard if you're a tall person.
You know, it took me forever to get my feet off the ground. And I have to tell you, I was married at the time when I first started doing this, and my ex-husband did not practice yoga at all. And I was like, I cannot do this thing. And he just did it the first time. I was so mad. That's why we're divorced now. I'm kidding.
Question, I guess I've heard in some classes and I don't know, in my brain when I'm getting into crow, it's kind of what goes through my head. It's for like finding where to put your knee. It's like find a shelf for your knee.
Yeah.
I've heard that phrasing. I know it's not one of our cues, but is that like an acceptable cue?
Sure. I think that's one that I always use when I do side crow. I always cue that because you can make a little shelf for your hip and your knee. Yeah.
I forgot that's.
But
what
I
it looks
usually
like.
do, yeah. Yeah, who wants to go next?
You don't want to, but I'll go.
Okay. Get it over with.
Yeah. Like Hannah, I like to come down into a squat, so I'm gonna show you guys how to do crow. If you can do it, just go ahead and go on down. Bring your hands wide. I like to come down into a squat. And then you're gonna bring your your knees to your elbows and lean forward. Keep your gaze forward as well. I'm also bad about that because I look in between my hands. And then you can start to shift your weight. Lift with your core. Maybe lift 1 foot, 2 feet if that's in your practice, or both. That's cool.
Good job.
I like that you said lift with your core, because that's like very good. Because I just like momentum myself forward.
Exactly. Well, that's how I used to do it. I used to just go straight into it. And if I noticed, that's why I started doing it in the squat, because I actually will use this part of my body instead of just shifting my weight into my shoulders.
Yeah. Probably a lot less likely to somersault.
Because that was just one that I could just do, like keep it. But also I'm used to doing headstands and things like that. So yeah, they did help me.
So we're gonna demonstrate crow. Gonna come down, bring your hands shoulder width distance on the mat, fingers spread wide. And then lean forward. Your knees are gonna come to your triceps, either on your triceps or outside. You're gonna slowly lean forward with you're gonna have your gaze forward and slowly rock your way forward. And have both feet on the ground, 1 foot, the other foot, have both. And then play around with that. And
Good job.
Are there any modifications for people with wrist pain? Because you're putting a lot of pressure there, but I don't feel like you'd want to be like on a block, like you would just immediately fall.
I guess you could try fists. I think it would be super hard to find balance on fists and it would hurt the knuckles, I think. But yeah, I don't.
I get really bad wrist pain actually, and this one doesn't cause me a lot of pain. Also, our cameo sequence, we're not on our hands too much, that when you get to crow, your wrist isn't. I will say though, like I have to take more of a triangle shape. If I kept my, it would hurt my wrist more.
You can do it on your forearms. Often that's called baby crow. I find it much harder to get my hips lifted. But yeah, you can do it on your forearm.
Your face, I like wouldn't even get off the ground.
Yeah, baby crow.
Someone's
Yeah.
talking about doing it in your back.
Oh, yeah. Have you done that on your back?
It's just.
Okay, wait,
It's just like.
I'll cue you into it. I'll cue you into it in a second, but let's have everybody demo first.
Okay.
So, no, that's okay. Who hasn't? Do you want to go? Can you do that with your wrist, with your?
It's hard. That's what I was gonna, I'm actually the opposite of. Like I find it easier to have my hands farther out.
Okay, do not hurt yourself though.
I won't.
So, and we get injured from time to time, right? If you're teaching a class and you cannot demo for whatever reason, you have an injury. If you know somebody that's in the class that can do that, say, will you demo this while I talk about it? So you can talk them through it. Or just don't hurt yourself. Just, don't take your feet off the ground if that's better for you, whatever. You do what you need to do.
He was really good about that.
Yeah.
Kennedy, yeah.
All right, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna demo crow for you. So, get your hands shoulder width apart. And we're gonna come into a slight squat. Get a nice bend in your arms and knees on triceps. I do on the outside, but they can also just be on the back. You're gonna wanna use your core, round your back, and gaze forward. And then just lift. Oh, and then come down.
Nice. Who has not gone? Oh, okay. We have one online also, so you're not last.
I want to be a yoga teacher with how shy I am. So come down to your mats. We're gonna demo crow. So put your hands on the mat, shoulder length apart, and spread your fingers wide. You're gonna put your knees either out to the outside of your arms above the elbows or behind them. And then you're gonna lift one foot at a time or do both.
Good job. All right, it's all you.
All right, so we're gonna start out in a squat. Fingers shoulder width apart, fingers spread wide. And we're gonna shift our knees into our triceps. Outside triceps, inner triceps. And you can lift one foot at a time and eventually lift both and make sure that your gaze is forward.
There you go. Good job. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question about crow?
Yes.
It doesn't really matter that much if our feet are close together or hip width distance behind us.
Make sure you're doing.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how to answer this question. No, but that might be, or no, and no, you can certainly do crow with the feet apart. I feel like once you get in your crow where you can balance there for several breaths, then you start to refine that pose. So, and one of the ways that you do that is you bring your toes to touch and then you try and bring your heels up toward your glutes. And then maybe you work into straightening the arms. So those are just a few steps beyond just getting your feet off the ground. Does that make sense? Or does that answer your question? Okay. Okay. You guys, that was good. I mean, you didn't know you were gonna have to do that today, right? Okay, so that was good. So go back, look at the manual, look at those cues that are in there. Think about what's important to you when you do it. So some of the key things are you want people to know this is core engagement. So pull the core in, round the back, look forward. Those are some of the big keys there, okay? So make sure you get those in and just find whatever words work for you to demo that. Make sure you don't get too wordy. Make it as quick as it can be. Because think about, have you ever been in a class where somebody sits down and they're demoing something and you're like, how long is this gonna take? Can we get to it again? You know, they're not there to listen to you talk, right? Or to watch you do it. Tell them what they need to know so that they can then start doing it. So practice doing it really quickly. So take out the filler words, record yourself teaching this, well, record yourself teaching the whole thing, and then take your own class. Because then you'll hear all the things that you did, or you're like, that didn't make sense at all. Did I say elbow and I meant shoulder? Which I do all the time, by the way. I'm like, this part, whatever that's called. So yeah, record yourself doing it so that you can see how long am I making them sit there and watch me while I demo this pose. Same for the half series. Get really concise in what you're saying so that you can say what you need to say and get them moving again. Okay? All right. Let's take a little break and then we'll come back and we'll practice doing all of Utkatasana together. So we'll pair up again and do all of Utkatasana. Okay? Chair, eagle, gorilla, chair, eagle, crow. All right. So let's take like a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and do that. Yep. What? Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the class, Reba. Jacob.
Bye, Christina.
Hey.
Yeah.
Morgan is amazing. Okay. I don't even know what time I said, 5 minutes. We're gonna say it's about 5 minutes. When everybody is back, we'll do this. Okay. And since you guys, oh, wait.
Christina.
Oh,
has to-
yes. Thank you. I will do that as soon as we get everybody back in here. Thank you for reminding me. Don't let me forget again. I probably will in like the 1 minute. Ah. Okay, so just the two of you now. I forgot. Okay.
Why would you crow? And she explained it with, why would you balance?
Did you get enough explanation? Okay. How are you guys feeling? Is everybody more awake now than earlier?
I feel
No.
like I need an afternoon nap.
I know it too.
The heat, like too many days of hot.
Although I don't think it's supposed to be as hot today, right? It's gonna
today,
be
yeah,
low
today.
80s. My kids were in Seattle and I think the high while they were there was in the 70s. Like, oh.
That's nice.
Have any of you done crow on the back? Somebody has, right?
I think it was Lotus who had done crow from the back.
I love it. And actually, usually if I'm gonna do crow on the arms, I will do crow before that on the back. So that I can tell them, we're gonna go into crow the arm balance now, but if you have any wrist or elbow or shoulder issues where you cannot balance on your arms, feel free to go back onto your back and do it again. And it can be intense doing it on your back. I mean, you can, not do it, not engage, but if you're really engaging on your back, it's work. I do side crow. Same thing with side crow. If I'm gonna do side crow on the arms, I will do that on the back first.
When I was a kid, I took like these yoga classes, and they were like athlete focused, so it was a little different. But I remember we didn't learn crow as the first one. We learned a pose called frog. I don't know if it has a similar, if there is something like that, but it was similar to crow, but instead of knees coming to your triceps, you almost had your inner thighs were against your triceps, and it was just like an easier version of crow. And so I was just wondering if that's it. Have you seen that around, or is that like not that common?
I don't think I've seen that in a yoga class, and certainly not that was called frog, but it looks just like crow, except that your legs are wider, right? And maybe your arms are wider. I was wondering,
Yeah.
my boyfriend's daughter was doing crow and I was like, oh, that's not right. I need to help you do this. And she's like, no, this is the way I do it. So I'm wondering if maybe that's what that was.
I learned it, and I was like, when I learned crow, I thought I knew crow. I thought I was like, oh, this is crow, but
just a little
yeah,
different.
I learned a little bit different.
Yeah.
It was easier, so I'm like, I wonder why we don't learn.
I actually think side crow is easier than regular crow, but for a lot of people, it's definitely not. But I always thought side crow was a little bit easier. Okay, let's do crow on the back. So come onto your back. Just lay down to like a happy baby on your back. So bring your toes together, knees wide, and then bring your hands up toward the sky, palms face up. And then start to bend into your elbows and bring your knees to either the backs or the outside of your arms, and then squeeze the arms and legs together. Super strong arms and legs squeezing into each other. And then lift your head and chest, round your back, find a big cat back, pull your core in. Super, super strong. Even your feet are active. Pull your toes into touch. Knees wide, squeeze the arms and legs together. Lift the chest, round the back. Pull the navel toward the spine. Are you working? Is this hard? So this is, this is crow on your back. You can release whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that is like equally as hard in every different way.
It just takes the balance out of it, but it is definitely, yeah. I'll usually do that if I'm gonna do, crow in my class, and I'll have them hold it for quite a while. And then when I'm gonna go into the arm balance, I'll say, if for whatever reason the arm balance is not for you today, just go into your back and do that again. So now I want you to pair up and practice doing all of Utkatasana series. So one of you will teach chair, eagle, gorilla, chair, eagle, crow, and then you'll switch and the others will teach. So we'll have one group of 3, and now we only have one group of 3 because these guys are up here online. So do it.
They only have 2 now.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Okie dokie.
Have fun.
I'll go first again.
Okay, that works. Okay.
Okay, sweet. I'm just gonna do it with you.
Whatever
Because
you prefer.
yeah, it just like makes it easier to know what I'm doing next. All right, so we're gonna start with the downward dog. All right, so inhale, gaze toward the front of your mat. Exhale, hop, step, or jump it forward. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, chair or Utkatasana. And you're going to root into that left leg. And take the right leg over the left leg. And I'm probably going to get the eagle arms wrong, but I'm not really concerned about it right now. So left arm goes over the right arm. And keep that drishti or the gaze toward a point directly in front of your eyes. Make sure that you're squaring the hips toward the front, toward that gaze. And try to keep your gaze at the end of your fingertips. As you exhale, release it all down to standing forward fold, not forward fold, to extended mountain. And exhale, forward fold, tuck the hands, make sure those toes are touching the wrists. And if you feel more comfortable doing peace fingers to the big toe, then do so. And then you're going to focus on engaging the core while, what is it? It's like tucking the tailbone down. So tuck the tailbone down. Focus on the core engage throughout your body. Let the core engage throughout your body. And inhale, halfway lift while your hands are tucked or your fingers are tucked under your toes, and forward fold. Tuck the chin under the chest. The crown of the head reaches toward the earth, and you can do some yeses or nos if that feels comfortable for you. Shake your head yes or no, and then release, bring it all the way up. Again, is it a halfway lift there, Reba?
I think so, because I think we're gonna go back into our high plank to low. So I do like halfway lift.
Okay, so halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, Utkatasana, chair pose. And then this time we're gonna do the other side. So this time you're going to root into your right leg, right foot, all 4 corners of the right foot. Now bring the left leg over the right knee. And I forgot, is it, yeah, the right arm goes over the left arm. And then I don't know if I said it backwards. I don't want to be honest.
Right.
Um,
Did it right.
oh, cool. All right. It's like a 50-50 chance, you know?
Yeah, you did. Some good
Um,
odds.
all right. Keep that drishti forward again at one point. Try to keep that the arms away from the head and the elbows away from the shoulders at the same time to get the best stretch you can. Or you can do a yogi hug if that feels better for you, but continue to keep that intention of pulling the shoulders toward that drishti point. And exhale, standing mountain pose. I always want to call it standing mountain. Extended mountain pose.
Yeah.
Exhale, forward fold. Down to, wait, this is when we go to the, I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
show you how I do, excuse me, crow. And I'll show you the different modifications you can do. Go ahead and take a seat at your mat if you haven't already. And then you can bring it to a malasana, just a squat with hands at prayer position, so you can get in the right, not the right, I guess that's the wrong way to say that, but the right, I'm saying it again, but to get the intention of where you want to be in crow. Make sure that those toes are behind you just a tad bit. Elbows, not elbows, but knees come above the elbows to the triceps. And you can step on tippy toes to begin. You can bring one foot up, the other foot up as you practice to get to, maybe you get to eventually to a floating crow pose as you exhale and continue to breathe. And is that all we do? We just like show them and then let them dance around with it for like a few breaths?
Yeah, I think it says in the manual it says 3 to 10 breaths, so I think it's like
Cool. All right, your turn.
a goes. Okay. I'm forgetting if we go back to downward dog between the first and second eagle pose or not.
Do you see it on the cues?
Yeah, I'm looking. I might have lost the manual. There we go.
Forward fold, chair, eagle, extended mountain, forward fold, crow. Do you
So
see it?
Sorry, no, because my phone decided to make it hard for me to find it.
Okay. No, I see it. So it's the last part of crescent is downward dog, and then there's no downward dog in Utkatasana at all.
Okay, so you go from downward dog and then okay, cool. That's my question.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
then after crow, you go to downward dog.
and then back to downward dog. Awesome.
I just heard that
Okay.
last bit there. You do have a half series in between those two sides.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you
So-
do.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay,
so
cool.
after you
I
do gorilla, you inhale a halfway lift, exhale, fold, and then you step back, go through your half series. And then you come forward again for chair, eagle, crow.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's
Good catch, Reba.
thank you. All right, so we're gonna eat in downward facing dog. Inhale, look forward. Exhale, feet come to meet your hands. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, chair pose, Utkatasana. So you're rooting into your left foot. Exhale, your right knee goes over your left leg. Your right arm goes under your left elbow.
Right arm, left elbow. Okay. Right arm under left. Okay.
So sink your weight back into your heels, square the hips. Try to draw everything into that midline. So your left shoulder might go down, and your right hip might go down a little bit, and then your right shoulder might sweep up a little bit. Gaze forward. Elbows are lifted off the chest. If you feel like you need to, you can make a kickstand with your foot. Continue to breathe here. Inhale, release, extended mountain.
Did you say inhale?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inhale. Exhale, forward fold, gorilla pose. Feet come hip width distance apart. You can measure with your fist. Hands are going to either reach under your feet so that your toes are at the wrist crease, or find your key fingers around your big toes. Weight goes forward into the balls of your feet. Straighten your legs as much as feels comfortable in your body. And inhale, and as you exhale, you're pulling with your biceps, bringing your head towards the ground. Relaxing the back of the neck. Stretch, exhale, pull. Inhale, roll up, or inhale, release. Sorry. Exhale, release. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, plant the hands, step feet back, high to low plank. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, look forward. Exhale, feet come to meet your hands. Inhale, chair pose. Okay, root into your right leg. Lift the left leg over the right knee.
Oh, yeah, I skipped a step. My bad.
Yeah, I forgot the halfway lift, and yeah. Left arm comes under the right elbow, or
Left.
you can, yes, left arm comes underneath the right elbow. Squeeze everything into the midline. Weight goes back into your heel. Shoulders and hips. Square your shoulders and your hips. You can find that kickstand, or you can find a double wrap. If your arm position isn't right, you can find a yogi hug instead. Stop bringing your elbows off your chest. Pushing them outward.
Okay.
Woohoo! Woohoo! I mean, it's working. You lose your balance, just find your way back into eagle. Gaze meets one point. Focus. Exhale, release. Inhale, extended mountain.
Right.
Exhale, forward fold.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it down here so you can kind of see what I'm doing.
All good, thank you. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Come to a seat on your mat, and I'm just gonna a demo pose for you. All right, so you probably can't see it that well. My phone's on the charger, so it's awkward to like place it. First off, you can do crow from your back. So go down to your back. We're going to bring your elbows into a chaturanga position. Your knees are going to come above your elbows, almost as if they're going to try to reach for your armpit. Bringing big toes to touch, fingers wide. Everything's engaging here, and this is an awesome option if you have wrist issues, or any sort of difficulty with arm balances. And the other option is to take crow from the feet. You're going to find yourself in a yogi squat, hands about shoulder width distance, fingers spread wide. Come up to the tiptoes of your feet. Knees are going as high as they possibly can on your tricep. You almost want them into your armpits as much as you can. Bend into those chaturanga arms. And we're gonna just lean forward with our gaze forward as well. Lifting one toe up and then the other. And that's not
Is everybody done?
We were almost done, but not quite.
You guys are done, right?
We almost finished, but not quite.
I'm sorry, what?
Almost
We
there.
were almost.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Continue.
Okay, so how to get back into this. Okay, so yeah, and then you can bring both feet up off the mat if that calls to you.
Cool. Good job. I felt like I naturally just went to, like, you didn't even need to say it for me to like know, kind of, I don't know, maybe feel comfortable with floating off and being in crow, but not like it's not like you went and said like you weren't like forceful about it, but you were like, I don't know, kind of speaking in a leader kind of way where, it's like not like
Not like you
forceful,
have
but
to.
assertive.
Okay, all right, I'll take that.
That's awesome feedback. Okay, how did that feel for you guys? Did you remember to do the half series in between the two eagles?
Question on that, because in this sequence it says optional series, so I guess what would be your recommendation on that? Fine.
It is time. The option is, are you running out of time and do you not have time to do a half series there? Yeah. Otherwise, do the half series. In between the two eagles,
Yeah.
doing that half series right there, it's optional, and you don't tell them take an optional half series. It's always optional for them, right?
Yeah.
You tell them in the very beginning, you can skip this altogether. You never have to do a half series. It's optional for you if you are running out of time. If you're not running out of time, put the half series in. So what do you do? And maybe you did this when you were teaching each other. If you see that, oh man, I am really behind. I'm running out of time. You've just done chair, eagle, gorilla. What do? How do you skip it?
Halfway lift forward chair.
Yeah. Exactly like that. You just go right back into chair, do eagle on the other side, do your crow. Yeah. So, and that option is there from really after your core all the way through the rest of the class. Adjust your time. Make sure that you look at when you teach the full class, and you should start practicing teaching the full class as soon as you can. Get a time marker. When are you usually on the floor to do core? When do you usually start triangle, which is, the next thing that you'll do. So usually you want to be in triangle no later than 45 minutes into your class, so that you have time to do triangle, to get on the floor and not rush Shavasana. Usually core is somewhere around halfway mark. Sometimes some people come down at 30 minutes in, sometimes they're done by 30 minutes in. Find your time marker. And make sure you're keeping track of that. So we have a little bit more time. Do you guys have any questions on Utkatasana, on the adjustments for that? Anything there? Okay. What I really recommend that you do is, like I said before, record yourself teaching the class with the pace that you should teach it, with holding as long as that you think that you should hold. Make sure that you're breathing while you teach it, and then take your class so that you can see, is the pace right? Did I hold it longer on the first side than the second side? Things like that. I think it's really, really helpful to record yourself and then take that class. Okay, we have 30 more minutes. Is there any particular section of the class that you would like to do together? Do you want to go through Sun B, Crescent? Do you want to do Utkatasana again? We'll just do it as a group. Sun B. Okay, let's do flower. We can do it. So that means we're going to be in a circle-ish. We're going to have to improvise with these guys online. So we'll have 2 people adjusting while they are teaching. But we will just, let's start, and we'll go, I always do this backwards. Let's start over here. You will start teaching Sun B. You will be adjusting. When I say switch, you will teach, you will get up and adjust. The teacher is also adjusting, okay? So while you're teaching, you're adjusting. When I say switch, you will teach, you will adjust. When I say switch, you will teach and adjust, you will adjust, okay? So the next person who's going to teach is adjusting, all righty? And remembering all that stuff in Sun B. Okay, so let's get started. And we're gonna start over here. I'll let you guys know when we're to you online. And we can do it. All right. So start in down dog.
Everyone just freeze on. Oh, this would be great.
No, I'll tell you when to switch. So probably when you get back to down dog, you'll switch. So it may be short for some of you, it may be longer.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. So they're in downward facing dog. We've just finished Sun A.
Okay, so inhale, gaze forward. Exhale, feet to hands, forward fold. Inhale, standing halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, standing halfway lift. Oh, wait. No, I lied. Inhale, chair. You got it. Okay, exhale, forward fold.
So this is their very first chair of the class.
So
you need to cue it.
Okay. I'm terrible at this. So
Don't tell you to do that. You're not. You're great.
So we're gonna put the weight in our heels, lean back a little, arms above our head, and take a deep breath and sink further into it. Sorry, that's okay. And then exhale, forward fold. Inhale, standing halfway lift. Exhale, hands to the mat. We're gonna go plank to listen, so set that.
What is the inhale?
Inhale.
Inhale.
Inhale, up dog. Exhale, downward. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So is the inhale.
So your exhale is forward fold, plant the hands, chaturanga. It's all on one exhale. Try and get out of the habit of saying you're gonna, but you're not doing it, you're teaching it, right? So feet together, breathing the heels. Don't say we're, bring our, that kind of thing, but you're not doing it. Good job. All right, switch.
Inhale, upward facing dog.
Yeah, you're already in down dog.
Inhale, right leg lift. Exhale.
Oh, hold on,
lunge
cue it. This is our first time here, you gotta cue it.
For your hips. Send the energy through the back of that foot. Head heel long. Exhale, lunge forward. Feet between hands. Surf it out here. Knee can stay up or it can come down. We're gonna spiral that back foot down. So inhale, warrior two. That back foot, the long edge, the knife edge to the back of your mat. Lean into that front leg. Have your knee going over your middle two toes. Arms front and back, gaze over that front middle finger. Sink into that front leg a little more. Inhale, reach forward. Exhale, extended side angle. TikTok the arms up and down. Your forearm is on the inside of your thigh. Gaze can be forward or up. Tail reverse warrior. Front arm goes back. This is more of a side body stretch. And a back bend. That back arm rests on your thigh. Gaze up and back. Inhale or exhale. Cartwheel those hands down. Your hands to the mat. Plank to low plank. Your chaturanga. That's your.
Good job. Wasn't sure. All right, switch.
All right.
Thank you.
Do you want me to walk through that sense? Or,
No.
okay,
down dog.
left side. Okay. Okay. So that'd be inhale, left leg lifts. Neutral hips, try to kick through the back wall. Exhale, lunge. Stretch that out. Spiral your back foot down, parallel to the back of the mat. Inhale, warrior two. Knee points to the middle three toes. Ankle, knee, and sit bone all in a line. Keep the core and legs engaged. Arms to the front and back of the room. Look over your front hand. Exhale, sink into your warrior two. Inhale, lean forward. Exhale, extended side angle. Lengthen through both sides of the body, top arm towards the ceiling. Try to rotate your chest ever so slightly towards the top. Exhale, reverse warrior. Or sorry, inhale, reverse warrior. Cinch through the back side body. Lengthen through the front side body. Lower body and maintains warrior two position. Gaze can go towards the ceiling. Exhale, half series, hands to the mat, chaturanga. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Good, switch. Second round, one breath per movement. Inhale, gaze forward, feet to hands. Exhale. Inhale, standing halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, chair. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, standing halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Exhale, chaturanga, plank to low plank. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, right leg lifts. Okay, sit down. Can we switch that down though? Sorry? Can we switch it? What? Can we switch
Oh,
people down?
sorry, we're not this time.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So inhale, right leg lifts. Exhale, lunge. Inhale, warrior two. Exhale, extended side angle. Inhale, reverse your warrior. Exhale, plank to low plank, chaturanga. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Good, switch.
It's not round 3.
This is the second side of round 2.
Oh.
So we're gonna lift the left up.
Okay. Inhale, gaze forward.
Nope.
Left leg lifts.
Yeah.
Exhale, low lunge. Inhale, warrior two. Inhale, lean forward. Exhale, side angle. Inhale, reverse warrior. Exhale, open chaturanga.
Well, you just stopped at chaturanga. So inhale up dog, exhale down dog.
Oh, okay. I was reading that and then I was like, I don't know. I was literally, that's why I was looking at it and I was like, do I tell them? But they're also doing.
Because we did it, yeah.
Okay.
No, usually I would say, it depends on who's in your class as to how long you're gonna cue each of those poses through that half series. I would usually, like for you guys, it's like get in the habit of doing it at least into sun B, saying exhale, chaturanga, inhale up dog, exhale down dog. Just because if there's a newer person in the class and you say, go through your half series, they're like, what is that? So, you know, cue those 3 separate poses, at least into. At that point, you know, if you see everybody's doing what they need to be doing, you can just say, take that half series if you want. Okay, so switch.
Everybody meet in downward facing dog. We are, if I remember right, starting third round. Inhale, right leg lifts, square your hips. Exhale, foot between hands, low lunge. Go under your knee to protect your joints. Inhale, spin the back heel down, warrior two. Shoulders are over your hips. Exhale, extended side angle. Find length in both side bodies. Inhale, reverse warrior. Find length in the front side body. Exhale, tuck your arms forward, plant them on the mat. Find a high plank to low plank. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog.
All right, switch, good job. Inhale, left leg lifts up. Exhale, bring the left hand through the left leg. Low lunge. Inhale, warrior two, spin the back foot up. Exhale, come to extended side angle. Get length, stay tall. Inhale, reverse warrior. Exhale, bring the hands to the mat. Take your turn on the. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, come back to downward facing dog. Nice job.
Good job, switch.
Do we want to do it again, or do we want to go into crescent? Wait, what time is it?
6:43.
What do you guys want to do?
Let's do a short section of something else. We could do crescent for something else. But it seems like a,
How about we go into crescent?
I don't know.
You get- Okay. Let's do that.
Do crescent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stand up. All right.
All the three-legged down dogs. Okay.
Meeting down dog when you're ready.
You guys take care of your, not have to do all the house series.
Inhale, right leg lifts. Exhale, bring it through, low lunge. And inhale up into your crescent lunge. Back knee is bent, front knee is at a 90-degree angle. Arms are above your hands, pinkies turned in towards each other. Hips are square to the front of the room. Keep breathing, inhale, exhale. Relax your shoulders down, back. Exhale, hands to center. Inhale, extend forward. And exhale, rotate to the right side of the room. Looking that elbow onto your wrist at your core. Option to open your arms, option to come down to your back knee. Let's back to the center, rise it back up into your crescent lunge. Exhale, hands down to the inside of your right foot, lizard lunge. Walk your front foot up to the corner of your mat. Option to lower your leg down or keep it lifted for something a little bit more intense. You can come into the outside edge of your front foot if you'd like to. You can also come down to your forearms if that feels good. Looking for external rotation in your thigh. You're gonna press gently into your hands, lift yourself back up into plank pose. Engage your core. And we're gonna walk our left hand under our face. We're not, they are. Sorry. Walk your left hand under your face. And then turn
Stack your feet and turn your body for a side plank. Lift your right hand up to the sky. Option to lower your bottom knee. And option to lift your top leg to like two. And look forward or up at your hand. These can be down at your hand as well. Then bring your left hand back or right hand back to the mat. Plank. Lower down to chaturanga. Up, inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Good job. Let's switch. That's really good.
I don't know that well, so.
That's okay. You can do it.
So, inhale, left leg lifts. Exhale, bring it through to down or to low lunge. Inhale, crescent lunge. Exhale, hands heart center. Inhale, move forward. Exhale, was it the long crescent? Inhale, crescent. Or is it exhale crescent?
No, we would hold that for a few breaths.
Oh, okay.
That revolve. And you throw in some cues there.
Exhale, lizard.
So come back, inhale down the crescent and then exhale lizard. Yeah.
And hold for breath. Back to plank. Inhale, plank, low plank. Inhale, side plank. You can bring your right knee down if you wish. Exhale, plank to low plank. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog.
Good job. Okay. How are you feeling? Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't get to you guys on that. Are you okay? Do you want to teach something real quick? Are you okay not? You're okay?
I think okay. I think, well, I want to do the adjustments with it. I think that will be really beneficial.
Yeah, I would prefer to do it in person.
Yeah. Adjustments, yeah. Can't do that very well on Zoom. So a couple of things. And I know, we do not expect you to be perfect at this, but start to remember which poses you're holding and cueing and which you're not. So like, for instance, when we do Utkatasana, you come into chair first, right? But you've already been in chair, so you've held that for alignment. So you don't have to hold that one. That's kind of a pass through. It's just a one breath, and then you move into eagle. When we do crescent, just know which times, like it's the first time you do crescent, you're going to stop and cue it on both sides, right? And then the same for revolved crescent, you'll hold that and you cue it. Same for lizard, because it's a one-sided pose. We only do it one time on each side, and even side plank the same. So know which poses you're holding and cueing and which ones you're passing through and when, like the ones that we do multiple times throughout class. As you guys start to do practice teaches, which do you know what have you done practice teach yet? No. I think you get the whole sequence before you do this. So do you know what it is? Are you afraid of it? I was terrified. When I was in 200-hour, I was. Yeah. I was terrified when I first said that because nobody ever told us what it was. They were just like, be there and you're going to practice teaching. I'm like, but what So it's going to be sort of like what we do in posture clinics when you pair up and teach each other, or we'll do these like round robin or popcorn. So that's all it is. You practice different ways of teaching each other the stuff that you know. I recommend that you really spend time memorizing the sequence. So first breath, pose, and then start to get the cues, but make sure you know that breath and the pose and know what pose comes next. So get the breath and the pose and the breath and the pose and the breath and the pose, then add in those cues. So start to really, really memorize it. It would be to your advantage to look at the next section that's coming up and start memorizing those as well. So that when you come into that, you feel confident about it, going forward. When you do that practice teach, try to be off book. So when you're going to come to your first practice teach, have it memorized. Your first one, I don't remember when I'm with you guys, but whoever is with you at your first one, they may let you have your notes there, but try not to use them. It becomes a crutch and it actually makes you worse because you become dependent. You're like, I don't know what it is. And you'll go to look at them. And meanwhile, the pace of your class is totally thrown off. So you cannot get that practice of pacing if you're constantly going to look at your notes. So when you're practice teaching, look at the person that's on the mat. Look at their feet. What are their feet doing? And if you can't think of anything to say, look, if you're like, they look perfect, it doesn't matter. Cue what you know they should be doing. Because you're not going to, if you teach a vinyasa flow class, you're not going to be in a class full of people who look like they're doing everything perfectly. Get in the habit of looking from the ground up and telling them what their feet should be doing, what their legs should be doing. Go up the body and cue, even if it's what you're seeing. Cue it. Remember the safety cues, and then whatever makes sense to you and your practice, start to cue that, okay? So don't forget, look at the body on the mat. If you go blank, it doesn't matter, make it up. Look at the body on the mat. Tell them those alignment cues that you know they should use, that you know you should use. Tell them the engagement cues that we need to use. And when you do your practice teach, try not to help the person teaching. So if you're the one on the mat practicing and they need to lift their right leg, but they're stumped, they're like, I don't know what I'm doing. Let them sweat it out for a minute. Let them think through it and go, okay, we just did this. What do we do now? Let them do that. It will like reinforce that sequence in their mind as they come to that, oh, okay. So hold on, wait 20, 30 seconds. Just hold that pose, even if it's chaturanga. Come down to your knee. Don't give them hints. Don't tell them what's coming next. When you do your teach out, you will do what the teacher tells you to do. You will not practice this sequence as you know it is. If they start cueing you into wild thing, which is not in your sequence, you're doing what the teacher tells you to do, not what you know comes next, okay? So get in the habit of just listening to them, doing what they're telling you to do. Does that make sense? Okay. Oh, I wanted to give you this one little thing on crescent. If somebody is in revolve crescent and they come down to the back knee, they don't have to lift that knee back up when they come back. So I usually give them the option, you can drop to the back knee in this revolve crescent. And then when I say inhale, I will usually say inhale back to crescent or crescent moon. If the knee is down, you can leave it there. So it's just called crescent moon because, change one thing, it's called a different pose. And then they go right into lizard. So there's no need for them to lift that back knee if they don't want to. If they want to, they can. Does that make sense? Okay. Questions on anything? Comments? Oh, good.
I think I don't know if anybody else experiences, but it's like it forced you to be engaged in what they're saying. And it's like, okay, where are we? Because I'm going to have to talk next or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different thing entirely. Yeah. And it's kind of hard to do, I think, to do the group exercises where you only teach a little portion and then you're going to do another portion. It's a different learning thing that I think is important, but it's also hard. It's easier when you're teaching the whole thing and you've got your own momentum and your flow and everything. And so I look forward to when you guys are doing that. Okay, 2 minutes. Do we have anything else we need to do?
I have a question about any advice you have if we have a brain freeze in the middle of an actual class, and like how many breath cycles or how many seconds would you say is too many seconds?
You know, it happens. It totally happens. And especially because, yeah, I mean, think about it. And remember when you're teaching, this is just yoga. We're just moving our bodies. Nobody's life depends on the next move that we make. It's okay if you say the wrong breath. It's okay if you forget to lift the left side. Usually your class will tell you. And you're like, oh, right, okay. Don't like fall apart if you mess something up and your class tells you. I'm always like, oh, thank you. Especially because most of the time when I'm teaching, I'll have a sequence planned, totally change it when I'm in the class. So then I'm like, wait, what did we do after this? And they'll tell you, it's okay. It is okay. Remember to breathe. And that is a big one. If you go blank in a class, have them breathe. If they're in a pose and you're holding and you're like, I don't know if I did side plank after this or if I did lizard or, whatever, have them breathe where they are for a couple breaths. If you still don't know, have them do a half series, go back to down dog, wing it. Seriously. And when you do your teach out, yes, you need to teach this sequence. If you mess up and forget camel, I did, you don't fail. I'm a teacher here. I forgot camel in my teach out. It's okay.
I just skipped camel.
Kristen Mack, who is amazing, did her teach out in 45 minutes. She's amazing. You don't want to go over your hour. Make sure you can teach within an hour. You don't want to go under a whole bunch either. But you know what? A long Shavasana is always incredible. You don't want it to be 20 minutes, right? So practice teaching, get the pace and everything, know your time markers for where you need to be at certain times. If you go blank, make it up. For real, they want to see, can you teach a safe class within the allotted time? So you can, I'm sure of it. Let's do the word real quick before I just ramble on forever. You guys online want to start?
Teaching.
Gamble.
Persistence. Rejuvenated. Grateful.
I'll also go with grateful. Bird.
Sorry. I'm grateful too. Thank you guys. Good job. Really good job. I can't wait to see you in a practice teach.
Reba, can I ask you something real quick? About did I when we were doing the run through, did I mess up on a lot of the breaths? Like did I forget to
No,
say inhale, exhale?
no, you
Okay.
guys were really
Okay, thanks.
good job.
All right, bye.
Oh,
Cause I wanna do it, whatever it was.
yeah. So this is a really, really common thing for people to do. So when you're in Warrior Two, a lot of times you'll find that people kind of dump into their back legs. So you want to find a little bit of a cat back and then really engage your core to hold it in a more neutral position. So it just looked like you were dumping a little bit, like your lower back was really arched. So I wanted you to push back right there. So the low back into a little cat back, just so it's more neutral. Yeah, and then engage your core to hold it there.
What if you for that? You're like tucking the tailbone a little. Does that work for you? Sorry.
Um,
Sorry. Would like a cue for that be like tucking the tail?
You can, yeah, I had, when I was doing it, I had my hand right there, like push back in my hand, and then a little bit of a cat back right there.
I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
The lakes, because that makes them use the lakes and then. Sometimes they're not lakes.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's always going to be the, like, especially people will forget the back leg, you know, because this was.
Yeah, they're like keeping the knee.
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
forward and their back legs like.
Right, yeah, yeah, so sometimes that's. Yeah. For sure, yeah. Yes, you're welcome. Uh-oh, uh-oh, what did I just do?